welcome to Tales in the Dark. I know many of you enjoy relaxing with these videos, so I recommend turning down the volume until my voice is barely audible. It'll make the experience even more soothing. Before you close your eyes, let me know in the comments where you're listening from. Leave a like and subscribe to the channel. Thank you and enjoy listening. Story 1, it had been empty for years. Boarded up windows, a sagging porch, weeds reclaiming the front steps. But today, as I walked past, something was different. The front door was open. The air smelled like fresh paint and something faintly sweet, like old perfume. My pulse quickened. There was a light on in the upstairs window, and behind the curtain, something moved. I paused mid-stride, telling myself it must be the new owners finally fixing up the place. What else could it be? Yet something felt wrong. The neighborhood had been buzzing with talk whenever a property sold, but no one had mentioned this house. No moving trucks, no contractors' vans, no dumpsters for renovation debris. Just an open door where yesterday stood only weathered boards. My reasonable mind told me to continue my walk, to mind my own business, but my feet carried me toward the front gate instead. The rusted hinges protested as I pushed it open, releasing a sound like a distant animal's cry. The overgrown path felt springy beneath my shoes, moisture from morning dew still clinging to the tall grass. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding smaller than intended. "I noticed your door was open. Is everything okay?" No answer came, but the breeze shifted, bringing that sweet perfume scent stronger now, mingled with something else, dust and decay. My skin prickled with goosebumps despite the warm air. The front door hung open just enough for me to see into the dim entryway. Footprints disturbed the dust on the floor, leading inside. Fresh footprints. Someone had been here recently. I should have left, should have called someone, anyone. Instead, I pushed the door wider and stepped inside. "Hello," I called again, louder this time. My voice echoed back, bouncing off empty walls. The interior felt wrong in ways I couldn't articulate. The layout matched what I expected, but proportions seemed subtly distorted. The ceiling appeared too high in the entryway, too low in the living room visible beyond. Wallpaper peeled in long, curling sheets, revealing layers beneath floral patterns, giving way to stripes, giving way to solid colors. I pulled out my phone to use as a flashlight, but the screen kept flickering, the battery indicator dropping rapidly. I slipped it back into my pocket and moved deeper into the house, drawn by a soft sound from upstairs, a creak like weight shifting on old floorboards. The staircase curved upward, each step groaning under my weight. Halfway up, I paused, noticing something odd. The banister felt warm to the touch, not room temperature, but distinctly warm like skin. I jerked my hand away, heart hammering, yet I continued climbing. The upstairs hallway stretched before me, doors lining both sides. At the far end, one stood partially open, a soft glow spilling out, the light I'd seen from outside. "Is anyone here?" My words hung in the stale air. The floorboards beneath the faded runner vibrated slightly, a subtle tremor that traveled up through my shoes into my legs. The walls seemed to inhale around me, contracting inward by fractions of an inch before expanding again. I blinked hard, convinced my mind was playing tricks. I moved toward the lit room, passing closed doors. Behind one, I heard something scratch, faint but unmistakable. Behind another, what sounded like whispers, too quiet to make out words. My rational mind supplied explanations. Settling wood, wind through cracks, perhaps mice. The door to the lit room swung wider as I approached, though no draft existed to move it. Inside, a single bulb hung from the ceiling, swaying slightly though the air remained still. The room contained almost nothing, bare walls, empty except for a chair facing away from the door and toward the window I'd seen from outside. No one sat in the chair, yet the curtain moved again, a gentle shift as if brushed by invisible fingers. I stepped inside, the light bulb dimmed momentarily, then brightened. The sweet perfume smell grew overwhelming, cloying. On the peeling wallpaper, I noticed writing, tiny words scrawled in pencil, covering every inch in a microscopic hand. I leaned closer, struggling to read them. I found a way in, I found a way in, I found a way in. The same phrase repeated thousands of times. My fingers traced the writing, and the wall felt like it was pulsing beneath my touch, a soft rhythm like a heartbeat. The chair creaked, rotating slowly toward me of its own accord. I stumbled backward, hitting the wall, which felt yielding, almost soft. My phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out to find the screen lit up despite the battery warning. A single text message displayed from an unknown number. "Thank you for coming inside." The door slammed shut behind me. The light bulb flickered wildly, then went out completely. In the darkness, I sensed movement all around me, a shuffling, a rustling of many bodies pressing closer. I fumbled for the doorknob, finding it slick and warm like wet skin. It refused to turn under my desperate grip. My breath came in ragged gasps. A whisper broke the darkness directly beside my ear. "This house has been so lonely." The voice wasn't human. It had too many layers, too many tones speaking simultaneously. I screamed then, throwing my weight against the door. It gave way suddenly, sending me sprawling into the hallway. I scrambled to my feet and ran, taking the stairs 2 at a time, nearly falling in my haste. The house was changing around me. Doorways narrowed as I passed through them. The entryway stretched longer than possible. The front door seemed to recede as I approached, like a cruel optical illusion. When I finally burst outside, the sunlight blinded me momentarily. I ran through the overgrown yard, not stopping until I reached the sidewalk, chest heaving. Looking back, the house appeared exactly as it always had. Boarded windows, closed door, abandoned and lifeless. But I knew better now. That night I dreamed of narrow hallways and whispering walls. I woke to find my sheets damp with sweat and my phone displaying a single notification. A text message received while I slept. "Come back soon, we prepared a room for you." Attached was a photo of the upstairs bedroom, now containing a bed with fresh linens. On the pillow lay a framed picture, a photo of me sleeping in my own bedroom, taken that very night. I've moved across town since then, changed my phone number, told no one where I went. But sometimes I wake at night to the smell of fresh paint and sweet perfume. My walls vibrate ever so slightly beneath my fingers, and my mirror shows a reflection that moves just a fraction of a second too late. The house found a way out through me, and I don't think I'll ever really leave it behind. Story 2, the ground was wet, the dirt packed firm from the rain. That's why the footprints stood out, deep impressions leading from the woods behind my house, stopping at my back door. The air smelled damp, thick with the scent of leaves and something metallic. My stomach twisted as I checked the locks. Every door had been bolted shut, but on the handle, smeared in the morning dew, was the imprint of a hand. I stood motionless, my breath forming small clouds in the autumn air. The footprints were large, deeper at the heel, as if whoever made them had been carrying something heavy. My fingers trembled as I photographed them with my phone, careful not to disturb the evidence. Evidence of what exactly, I couldn't say, but something felt wrong about those perfect impressions in the mud, how they materialized from the tree line yet seemed to begin at nothing. That night I sat at my kitchen table reviewing the photos, unable to shake the feeling of being watched. The windows reflected my worried face back at me, the darkness beyond impenetrable. The wooden floors creaked under shifting weight, an old house settling, I told myself. Yet each subtle sound drew my attention, made me pause mid-breath. I decided to document everything. In a fresh notebook, I sketched the footprints, noting their depth, their direction, their sudden appearance from nowhere. As my pencil traced the outline of the mysterious impressions, the lights dimmed briefly. A power surge, surely. But when they brightened again, the shadows in the corners of the room seemed somehow deeper, more substantive. Sleep came reluctantly that night. The wind whispered against my windows, branches scraping like fingernails seeking entrance. I dreamed of mud and rain and a figure standing at the edge of the forest, faceless and patient. When morning broke, I rushed to my back door, half expecting the footprints to have vanished. They hadn't. Instead, there were more. A second set paralleled the first, identical in size and depth, but these had a strange quality. They seemed fresher somehow, despite no rain having fallen. And they came closer to the door, the last footprint nearly touching the threshold. My hands shook as I added this development to my notebook, creating a timeline, searching for patterns where perhaps none existed. I inspected my home meticulously, every lock, every window latch. Nothing was broken, nothing disturbed. Yet when I entered my study, the chair behind my desk was angled differently than I'd left it. The surface of my desk felt cold to the touch, colder than the surrounding furniture, as if someone had placed frozen hands upon it moments before I entered. Friends suggested wildlife, neighborhood pranksters, my own imagination working overtime. They laughed, concerned but dismissive. I set up cameras, two pointing at the backyard, one at the front door, another in the hallway. The rational part of my mind expected to capture nothing. The growing unease in my gut suggested otherwise. For 3 nights, nothing appeared on the recordings except shadows moving with the moon and the occasional animal passing through. On the 4th morning, I awoke to find a third set of footprints. These approached the side of the house where my bedroom window overlooked the yard. The ground beneath the window was disturbed, as if someone had stood there for a considerable time. The cameras had recorded nothing. When I reviewed the footage, there was a brief moment of static at midnight, lasting perhaps 5 seconds. Before the static, empty yard. After, footprints visible in the soil. I replayed the footage until my eyes burned, searching for any clue, any glitch that might explain what I was seeing. That evening, as darkness fell early and thick, I sat in the living room with all lights on, the brightness a shield against growing shadows. The television murmured in the background, human voices a comfort against the silence of the house. A documentary about deep-sea creatures, their bioluminescent bodies evolving to survive in darkness so complete it seemed solid. The television flickered once, twice. The picture distorted, stretched, then settled. But the sound changed beneath the narrator's steady voice. I heard something else. A whisper so faint I had to mute the program to be sure. It came not from the speakers, but from the walls themselves. A soft, continuous sound that might have been words in a language I almost understood. I pressed my ear against the cool plaster. The vibration was subtle but unmistakable, like a hive of insects moving within. When I placed my hand on the surface, the whispers stopped. I wrote this in my notebook with trembling letters, my neat documentation devolving into urgent scrawls. The next morning I found a small object on my kitchen counter, a smooth black stone polished to a gleam roughly the size of a quarter. I had never seen it before, had no memory of bringing such a thing into my home. When I picked it up, it was warm to the touch, as if it had absorbed body heat. The surface felt almost soft, giving slightly under the pressure of my fingers. I placed the stone in a plastic bag, labeled it carefully, and added it to my growing collection of inexplicable things. My notebook now contained detailed records, dates, times, descriptions of footprints, strange sounds, temperature fluctuations in specific rooms. Looking at it spread across my table, I realized I had created a map of something moving through my life, circling closer with each passing day. Sleep became difficult. When exhaustion finally pulled me under, my dreams were filled with whispers and the sensation of being observed by something patient and hungry. I would wake suddenly, certain someone was standing at the foot of my bed, only to find shadows playing tricks on my tired eyes. One morning I discovered all the cameras had been unplugged, not turned off, physically disconnected from their power sources. My notebook was open to a new page, though I had closed it the night before. And there, in handwriting that resembled my own but wasn't quite right, was a message: "We see you watching." My heart raced as I backed away from the table. The 3 words stared up at me, written with firm pressure that had nearly torn the paper. I called the police then, my voice surprisingly steady as I reported an intruder. They came, took notes, found no signs of forced entry. They suggested better locks, a security system, perhaps counseling for stress. Their flashlights illuminated nothing unusual in the woods beyond my property. That night I sat awake in the kitchen, a knife on the table before me. Not for protection, I somehow knew it would be useless against whatever was happening, but because having it there made me feel less powerless. The refrigerator hummed, the clock on the microwave blinked, and somewhere in the house something moved. A soft sliding sound like fabric against wood, then a creak of weight on the old floorboards. My breath caught in my throat as I strained to locate the source. It seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, as if the house itself were shifting around me. The knife on the table moved, not dramatically, just a small rotation, the handle turning perhaps 15 degrees to the right. I stared at it, unable to comprehend what I was seeing. Then the lights went out. In the sudden darkness, I heard footsteps. Heavy, measured, approaching the kitchen with deliberate slowness. My hands fumbled for the knife, but it was no longer where it had been. The footsteps stopped just outside the doorway, beyond the reach of the dim emergency light that cast long shadows across the linoleum. "Who's there?" My voice sounded small, a child's question to the dark. The answer came not in words, but in sensation. The air pressure changed, a heaviness pushing against my skin, filling my lungs with something thicker than oxygen. The emergency light flickered, casting momentary illumination on the doorway. Nothing was there, nothing visible at least, but in that brief strobe of light I saw new footprints forming on the kitchen floor, mud appearing from nowhere, pressed into existence by invisible weight. One print, then another, approaching where I sat frozen. They stopped in front of me. The chair across from mine moved backward, its legs scraping loudly against the floor. It pulled out as if someone were about to sit down. The wooden seat creaked under sudden weight. I felt something cold touch my hand, fingers intertwining with mine, a gentle pressure that felt almost like reassurance. My notebook slid across the table toward the empty chair, pages flipping on their own until they stopped at a blank sheet. A pencil rose, suspended in air, and began to write. "We have always been here," it wrote, the letters forming with precise, careful strokes. "Now you are beginning to see." The grip on my hand tightened, not painfully, but with the unmistakable message that I could not pull away if I wanted to. Across the table, the chair shifted slightly, as if whoever sat there were leaning forward. "What do you want?" I whispered to the darkness. The pencil moved again, faster now, more urgent. To be remembered, to be known, to be real. The last word was underlined 3 times, the pencil pressing so hard it tore the paper. That's when I understood, whatever was happening, whatever presence had entered my life, it needed me. My attention, my fear, my belief in its existence. Each footprint, each whisper, each inexplicable event had drawn me deeper into its reality, making it more substantial with every moment of my focused awareness. The realization should have terrified me. Instead, I felt a strange calm settle over me, as if accepting the impossible made it less frightening. I looked directly at the empty chair, at the space where something sat watching me. "I see you," I said, the words feeling like a ritual, an acknowledgement of something ancient and patient. The air around me vibrated with a sound just below hearing, more feeling than noise. The invisible fingers squeezed mine once more, then released. The chair pushed back. Footprints continued across the kitchen floor toward the back door. The lock turned on its own, the door swinging open to reveal the night beyond. For a moment, I glimpsed something at the threshold, not a shape, not a figure, but a distortion in the air, like heat rising from summer pavement. It paused there, as if looking back at me, then moved into the darkness toward the woods. New footprints appeared in the damp earth, leading away from my house. I watched from the doorway as they formed, one after another, until they reached the tree line and stopped. The forest seemed to bend inward at that point, embracing whatever had returned to it, the dark spaces between trees deepening to accept it home. The night air carried a scent of earth and something else, something old and wild that made my skin prickle with recognition of things humans have forgotten how to name. I closed the door but didn't lock it. Somehow I knew locks no longer mattered. What had visited me would return if it wished, or perhaps it had never truly left. Perhaps it had merely changed form, changing from footprints and whispers to something else, something that lived now in my awareness, in the corner of my vision, in the breath of air against my neck when I think I'm alone. My notebook remains on the kitchen table. I've stopped writing in it. The documentation seems unnecessary now. There's no longer anything to prove, no mystery to solve. Instead, I've started leaving the back door unlocked at night, and sometimes I place a smooth black stone on the threshold, a small acknowledgement of what we both now know. I still hear whispers sometimes when the house is quiet and my mind drifts towards sleep. They no longer frighten me. Instead, they feel like conversation, like the exchange of secrets between old friends. When new footprints appear in the yard, I follow them to the edge of the woods, stopping where the shadows grow too deep to penetrate. One day I might follow them further. Something tells me that when I do, a new set of footprints will lead back to my door, and someone else will begin to wonder about the strange impressions that appear without warning, about the whispers in the walls, about the feeling of being watched by patient, hungry eyes. And somewhere in the woods, I will wait for them to see me. Story 3, he wasn't moving, just standing there half in the shadows, his head tilted slightly to the side. The air smelled of damp pavement and something sharp, like burning wood. My pulse pounded as I watched from the window. He didn't knock, didn't call out, just stood there waiting. and when I turned away for just a second, he was closer. I blinked hard, pressing my forehead against the cool glass. The stranger wore a dark coat, his features obscured by distance and the odd angle of his stance. Something about his stillness felt wrong. People don't stand that still. They shift weight, adjust posture, scratch itches. But he remained motionless, like a photograph placed in my reality. "Hello," I called through the glass, my voice sounding thin even to my own ears. The figure gave no response, no acknowledgement, just that same unnatural stillness. I stepped back from the window, drawing the curtains closed with trembling fingers. A rational explanation existed. Perhaps he was lost or waiting for someone who lived nearby. My neighborhood wasn't exactly bustling with activity, especially during the darker months when the wind carried that bone-deep chill. When I peeked through the curtains again, he had moved closer, not walking, not approaching in any way I could understand. He was simply nearer now, standing at the halfway point of my driveway, his face still cast in shadow despite the porch light I'd switched on. My phone felt cold and heavy in my hand as I considered calling someone. But who and what would I say? There's a man standing in my driveway doing absolutely nothing threatening. I took a photo instead, hoping to document whatever was happening. The screen showed only my driveway empty, ordinary, bathed in the yellowish glow of the porch light. I looked up from the screen and he was there, perfectly visible through the window, much closer now. His face remained obscured, not by shadow but by something else, something my mind couldn't quite process. It was as though his features shifted and rearranged themselves whenever I tried to focus on them. My breath fogged the glass as I stumbled backward, hitting the coffee table and sending my mug crashing to the floor. The ceramic shattered, spilling cold coffee across the hardwood. I didn't look away from the window, even as I felt the liquid seeping into my socks. The photograph I'd taken showed nothing, but I knew what I saw. I took another and another, each showing an empty driveway despite the figure clearly visible through my window. In the last photo, a strange distortion appeared, a smudge of darkness that didn't belong, a warping of pixels where the stranger should have been. I closed all the curtains, locked every door, and checked every window. My hands shook as I scribbled notes in a journal I hadn't touched in months. Figure in driveway, doesn't appear in photos, moves when not observed. Sleep wasn't an option. I sat with my back against the wall, facing the front door, listening to the house settle around me. The heating system clicked on, pumping warm air through the vents. Outside, wind rustled through the trees, branches scraping against the siding like fingernails. Morning brought fog and a gray, diffused light that made the world look soft and undefined. I approached the window cautiously, drawing back the curtain with one finger. The driveway stood empty. No strange figure, no evidence anyone had been there at all. Relief washed over me, followed immediately by doubt. Had I imagined it, created a threat from a shadow, a trick of light? I laughed at myself, the sound hollow in the quiet house. That evening I found small, damp footprints leading from my front door to the kitchen. They weren't mine, too small, too narrow. They faded before reaching the refrigerator, as if whoever made them had simply ceased to exist. I followed their path backward to the front door that remained locked, dead-bolted, and chained from the inside. The smell came next, burning wood and something else, something sickly sweet that made my stomach turn. It emanated from nowhere and everywhere, growing stronger when I tried to locate its source. I opened windows despite the cold, lit candles, sprayed air freshener, nothing helped. I heard it while in the shower, a soft tapping from somewhere in the house. Rhythmic, deliberate, I stood frozen, water running down my body, suddenly ice cold despite the steam filling the bathroom. The tapping stopped when I turned off the water, but started again when I closed my eyes to rinse my hair. My journal filled with observations, times, sensations. I recorded everything, documenting the slow unraveling of normalcy. Photos showed strange distortions, now blurred areas, unexplained shadows, strips of static cutting across otherwise ordinary images of my home. The mirrors changed first, subtle differences, a delayed reflection, a movement that didn't match my own, then more noticeable ones, the reflection looking back at me with an expression I wasn't making, my image standing still when I moved away. I covered every reflective surface in the house with sheets, towels, anything I could find. I saw him again one night when exhaustion had finally pulled me into restless sleep. He stood at the foot of my bed, still tilted at that impossible angle. I couldn't scream, couldn't move. My body betrayed me, paralyzed as he slowly, painfully slowly, raised one hand toward me. I woke gasping, sheets soaked with sweat, but on my arm 5 distinct marks, like fingerprints pressed too hard into my skin, bruising the flesh beneath. The walls began to change next. Subtle at first, the paint seeming fresher in some spots, faded in others, then more dramatic shifts. I'd enter a room to find the wall color different, the texture changed. I took photos, compared them, documented the changes. The pictures showed nothing unusual, just my home as it had always been, not as I was seeing it now. I stopped leaving the house entirely. Groceries delivered, left at the door. I'd wait until the delivery person was gone before retrieving them, rushing out and back in, locking the door behind me. My work suffered. Emails went unanswered, deadlines missed. None of it seemed important anymore. The stranger visited nightly now, appearing in different places throughout the house, always standing still, always watching. Always vanishing when I blinked or turned away, only to reappear somewhere closer. I spoke to him once, demanded to know what he wanted. My voice echoed back to me from walls that seemed to absorb and then return the sound, distorted and wrong. I set up recording devices, old phones, a laptop camera, a voice recorder running continuously. The footage showed nothing unusual, just empty rooms with occasional unexplained static. But the audio picked up whispers, words buried under layers of white noise, unintelligible except for one phrase that repeated, "nearly ready." My reflection changed completely. The person in the mirror was me, but not me. Familiar features arranged in subtly wrong ways, eyes too wide, smile too fixed. It moved independently now, watching me even as I backed away from it. I broke the bathroom mirror with a hairbrush, but each fragment showed a different piece of that wrong face, all of them watching, all of them smiling. The smell became unbearable, thick enough to taste. My throat burned with it, my eyes watered constantly. The walls vibrated when touched, a low hum that I felt rather than heard, thrumming through my fingertips and up my arms, settling in my chest like a second heartbeat. I awoke one morning to find my journal filled with writing that wasn't mine, cramped, slanted script covering pages I'd left blank. Most was nonsensical, strings of words that almost formed coherent thoughts before dissolving into gibberish. But scattered throughout, one sentence repeated, "I'm almost with you now." The stranger appeared in daylight for the first time, standing in my kitchen when I entered, still unmoving, still watching with that face I couldn't quite perceive, but closer than ever, close enough that I should have been able to reach out and touch him. I didn't. Instead, I backed away, room by room, until I hit the front door. Outside, the world looked wrong, colors too bright, shadows too dark, everything slightly out of alignment with my memory of it. I stumbled down the driveway, grass cool and damp beneath my bare feet. The air smelled clean here, free of that burning sweetness that filled my home. I turned back to look at the house, my sanctuary turned prison. Through every window, in every doorway, reflections of myself stared back, dozens of them, all wrong, all watching with eyes that weren't quite mine. And behind them all, the stranger, finally moving, walking slowly through my home as if he belonged there, as if it had always been his. I sit now at the end of my own driveway, watching my house where he lives. The air smells of damp pavement and something sharp like burning wood. I stand perfectly still, waiting, my head tilted slightly to the side. Someone new has moved in. I see them at the window, watching me. When they turn away, I move closer. Story 4, I had memorized every inch of this house before buying it. 3 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms, a small attic, but today as I rearranged the furniture, I found it. A door, narrow, almost hidden, set into the wall behind a bookshelf. My breath caught. The air near it was colder, tinged with the scent of old wood and something faintly floral. My fingers hesitated on the handle. I knew every room in this house, except this one. The handle felt wrong against my skin, not cold as metal should be, but oddly warm, almost feverish. It turned with surprising ease, as if welcoming me. The hinges made no sound. That detail unsettled me more than anything else in a house this age. Beyond the threshold stretched a narrow corridor that bent sharply left after several paces. The walls were covered in faded wallpaper, with an intricate pattern that seemed to shift when I wasn't looking directly at it. My rational mind insisted this space couldn't exist. The master bedroom should have been directly on the other side of this wall. I stepped inside, drawn by curiosity stronger than caution. The air felt dense, carrying scents that cycled between dusty books, rain-soaked earth, and something medicinal. My footsteps fell silent against the wooden floor, absorbed completely. The bend in the hallway revealed a small room with a single window. Outside that window was a landscape I didn't recognize, rolling hills under twilight skies where my neighbor's house should have been. My heart stuttered. I pressed my forehead against the glass, feeling it vibrate subtly against my skin. The view remained constant, impossible. Backing away, I noticed a desk positioned beneath the window. Its surface held a leather-bound journal and an antique fountain pen that glistened wetly in the dim light. The journal lay open to a blank page, waiting. Next to it sat a small recorder, red light blinking, indicating it was already running. I picked up the recorder, rewound it slightly, and pressed play. Static hissed from the speaker, followed by my own voice, words I had never spoken. It comes back different every visit. The room changes, but so do I. Recording these changes has become essential to maintaining my grip on reality. I dropped the device as if burned. My voice continued, describing phenomena I had never witnessed, experiments I had never conducted. I grabbed the journal, flipping through pages filled with my handwriting, detailed notes about the room, sketches of objects that appeared and disappeared, reflections on the mental toll of repeated visits. The final entry was dated tomorrow. Slamming the journal shut, I turned to leave and noticed the door had vanished. Where it had been was now a solid wall with the same shifting wallpaper pattern. My phone had no signal. The window, when I returned to it, showed a different view, a dense forest where moonlight filtered through branches that swayed without wind. I began systematically examining the room, documenting everything in the journal, not because I believed my future self had written the previous entries, but because maintaining methodical observation felt like my only defense against mounting panic. The recorder captured my observations. The pen moved smoothly across the paper, its ink changing color subtly with each paragraph. Sometimes black, sometimes deep blue, occasionally a rusty brown that reminded me of dried blood. Hours passed, or perhaps minutes. My watch ran backward, then forward, then stopped altogether. I discovered a second drawer in the desk that hadn't been there during my first inspection. Inside lay photographs of myself standing in this room, looking progressively more haggard. In the final image, my face was turned away from the camera, focused on something beyond the frame. The room began to change around me. Wallpaper shifted patterns. The ceiling height lowered imperceptibly. The air grew heavier with each breath. I documented everything, speaking into the recorder, writing in the journal, taking pictures with my phone despite its lack of signal. The room responds to documentation, I said into the recorder. It evolves more rapidly when observed and recorded, perhaps if I stop. A knock came from inside the wall, 3 sharp raps followed by 2 softer ones. I froze. The knocking repeated, identical in pattern and intensity. I approached the wall cautiously, placed my palm against it, and felt vibrations beneath my skin, not from knocking, but from something moving on the other side. I knocked back, matching the pattern. Silence followed, then a response, my exact pattern, but with one additional knock. The wallpaper beneath my hand grew warm and began to ripple like water disturbed by a stone. A voice whispered from everywhere and nowhere, "Keep recording. It needs your observations to become complete." I backed away from the wall, bumping into the desk. The journal fell open to a new page where words were appearing without anyone writing them. "You are not the first, you will not be the last, but you might be the one who stays." The window now showed my own backyard, normal and unchanged, bathed in familiar light. The door had reappeared exactly where it had been. Freedom beckoned just steps away. Yet I hesitated. The recorder continued running. The journal remained open. The pen waited in my hand. Something about this room had changed me, awakened a curiosity that overshadowed fear. I made my decision. Sitting at the desk, I began writing detailed notes about everything I had experienced. As I wrote, the room settled around me, becoming more solid, more permanent. The shifting stopped. The air cleared. The impossible views beyond the window cycled more slowly between realities. The final page of the journal now contained a blueprint of my house, with this room clearly marked, as if it had always been part of the original design. My name was listed as the architect. I understand now. The room builds itself through observation. It creates its own history using the minds of those who find it. By documenting it, I validate its existence across multiple realities. Sometimes I leave through the door, returning to my normal life. The room waits patiently for my return. I've stopped trying to explain it to others. The few times I've brought someone else, they've seen nothing but an empty closet. The real estate agent never mentioned this room because for her, it never existed. For the previous owners, perhaps it took a different form altogether. But for me, it has become the most important space in the house. My sanctuary and my prison, my creation and my creator. The door remains, sometimes locked, sometimes open, but the room is always there now, waiting for me to continue our mutual documentation. And somewhere in another version of this house, someone else is finding their own impossible room for the first time. Their door is opening, their journal is waiting, the recorder is already running. And I will be listening from the other side of the wall. Story 5, the pipes had always gurgled, but this time the sound was different, soft, rhythmic, almost like breathing. The air smelled faintly of mildew and something bitter, like rusted metal. My stomach twisted as I leaned over the tub, staring down at the drain. The water pooled around the edges, dark and still, and then beneath the surface, something stared back. I jerked away, heart pounding against my ribs. Water sloshed over the edge of the tub, soaking my socks. Cold seeped through the fabric, but I barely noticed. My mind raced to rationalize what I'd seen, a trick of light, a reflection, my own imagination fueled by lack of sleep and too much caffeine. Yet something pulled me back toward the drain. The water had settled again, becoming a perfect mirror for the ceiling above. I knelt beside the tub, keeping my distance this time. The gurgling had stopped. The silence felt heavy, expectant. I leaned forward just enough to peek over the edge. There it was again, not my reflection, not anything that should exist. A face, small and distorted, pressed against the drain cover from below. Pale skin, dark hollows where eyes should be. A mouth stretched wide in what might have been a smile or a silent scream. I scrambled backward until my shoulders hit the bathroom wall. The light bulb overhead flickered, casting weird shadows across the tiles. My breath came in short, sharp gasps. The rational part of my brain insisted I'd seen nothing, a clump of hair caught in the drain, maybe. The animal part urged me to run. I did neither. Instead, I fumbled for my phone and turned on the camera. Evidence. I needed evidence that I wasn't losing my mind. Holding the device at arm's length, I crept back to the tub. The screen showed nothing but ordinary porcelain and standing water. I zoomed in on the drain. Nothing, just darkness. "This is ridiculous," I whispered to myself, the sound of my voice oddly comforting in the quiet bathroom. Get it together. I reached for the drain plug, determined to empty the tub and prove to myself that everything was normal. My fingers brushed the water's surface. It felt wrong, too thick, almost viscous, and cold, much colder than it should have been. The plug chain slipped between my fingers as something grabbed it from below. The water began to drain with a gurgling noise that sounded too much like laughter. I staggered back, wiping my hand frantically on my jeans. A dark residue remained on my fingertips like ash mixed with oil. It smelled of copper and rot. That night I slept on the couch, bathroom door firmly shut. Dreams came in fragments, rushing water, whispered conversations just beyond comprehension, and always that face watching me from dark corners and reflective surfaces. Morning brought sunshine and rational thought. I made coffee, scrolled through news on my phone, and almost convinced myself I'd experienced some strange half-dream state. Stress does funny things to perception. I'd been working too hard, sleeping too little. The mind plays tricks. The bathroom awaited, necessary for my morning routine. I approached it warily, feeling foolish in the daylight. Everything looked normal. The tub was dry, drain uncovered and ordinary. I laughed at myself and stepped inside, closing the door behind me. As I brushed my teeth, the tap dripped. Each droplet hit the sink with a sound too loud in the small space. Drip, drip, then a soft knock from somewhere beneath the floor. I froze, toothbrush suspended mid-stroke. The knock came again, 3 distinct taps from below the sink. I spat quickly and dropped to my knees, opening the cabinet doors. Nothing but pipes and cleaning supplies. The knocking continued, moving now, tracing a path through the walls, following the pipes. I pressed my ear against the cool tile floor. The tapping grew louder, more insistent. No longer a knock, but a scratching, something trying to get in or out. My curiosity outweighed my fear. I needed to understand what was happening. After breakfast, I began researching the apartment building history, the water systems, anything that might explain the strange occurrences. My search revealed nothing unusual, no tragic deaths, no construction anomalies, just an ordinary building with ordinary plumbing. That evening, I set up a simple experiment. I filled the tub halfway, then added a waterproof camera I'd purchased during my lunch break. It was designed for capturing fish in aquariums, but it would serve my purpose. I positioned it facing the drain, set it to record, and left the bathroom. An hour passed before I gathered the courage to check the footage. Most of it showed nothing but still water and the mundane drain. Then at the 26-minute mark, the water rippled without cause. The drain cover shifted slightly, as if something had nudged it from below. I leaned closer to my laptop screen, squinting at the pixelated image. A finger, pale and wrinkled from water exposure, poked through one of the drain holes, then another. They wiggled slightly before retreating. The water drained slowly, though I hadn't removed the plug. I rewatched the footage until my eyes burned. Each viewing revealed new details I'd missed before. The fingers had dirt beneath the nails. The water changed color subtly after they appeared, taking on a rusty tinge. And just before the camera shut off unexpectedly, a whisper came through the speakers, too distorted to understand, but undeniably a human voice. That night I blocked the drain with a rubber stopper and weighed it down with a heavy candle. I slept poorly, waking at every creak and groan of the building. Near dawn, the pipes began to shake. The vibration traveled through the floors and walls, rattling picture frames and dishware. It built to a crescendo, then stopped abruptly. The sudden silence woke me fully. I lay still, listening. Water was running somewhere, the bathroom. I found the tub full to the brim with dark water. The stopper gone, the candle nowhere to be seen. The surface rippled though nothing had disturbed it, and floating in the center, turning slowly with an unseen current, was a scrap of paper. I fished it out with a clothes hanger, unwilling to touch the water again. The paper contained a message written in blotchy ink. "I'm coming up." The handwriting looked eerily familiar. I rummaged through old notebooks until I found what I was looking for: notes from a creative writing class I'd taken years ago. The handwriting matched my own, but the message wasn't anything I remembered writing. I drained the tub using a plastic cup and a bucket, careful not to touch the water. When the last of it disappeared down the drain, I noticed something caught in the cover, a single human hair, much longer than my own. I collected it with tweezers and sealed it in a plastic bag, evidence. The next day passed without incident. I showered at the gym, avoided the bathroom sink except when necessary. I began to feel foolish again. Perhaps I was working too hard. Perhaps I needed a vacation. That night I woke to the sound of dripping. Slow, measured drops hitting the floor in my bedroom. Drip, drip, drip. I opened my eyes to darkness. The dripping continued, closer now. Something wet fell on my cheek. I reached up and touched it. My fingers came away dark in the dim light filtering through the window. I fumbled for the lamp beside my bed. Light flooded the room, revealing wet footprints leading from the bathroom to my bedside. Small, like a child's, but distorted, too many toes, oddly jointed. Water dripped from my ceiling, forming a growing stain directly above me. I grabbed my phone and the bag containing the hair. This had gone beyond curiosity or rational explanation. I needed help. The night manager at the apartment complex was unsympathetic. No, there had been no water leaks reported. No, there was nothing strange about the plumbing. Yes, old buildings make noise sometimes. Perhaps I should consider speaking to someone about anxiety. I returned to my apartment determined to gather more evidence. The ceiling stain had disappeared. The footprints were gone, though the carpet remained damp. I set up cameras in every room, focusing on drains and water sources. I taped voice recorders near the pipes. I sealed the bathtub drain with waterproof epoxy. For 2 days, nothing happened. The cameras recorded empty rooms. The voice recorders captured nothing but the normal sounds of the building. The epoxy seal remained intact. I began to breathe easier, to sleep through the night again. Then the dreams returned more vivid now. I found myself walking through flooded corridors, water up to my ankles. Behind each door I passed, someone called my name in a voice that bubbled and gurgled. At the end of the hall waited a door I both longed and dreaded to open. I always woke before I reached it. On the third night, I sleepwalked for the first time in my life. I woke standing in the bathtub, the epoxy seal broken beneath my feet. Water rose steadily around my ankles, pouring from the drain rather than into it. It carried a putrid smell, like stagnant ponds and decay. The water swirled around my feet, forming patterns that gradually resolved into words. Let me in. Fear paralyzed me. The water continued to rise knees, thighs, waist. I remained frozen, watching as something began to emerge from the drain. First those pale fingers, then a hand, an arm impossibly thin and elongated. The flesh looked waterlogged, bloated in some places, shrunken in others. I finally broke free from my paralysis when the water reached my chest. I scrambled out of the tub, slipping on the wet floor. Behind me, whatever was emerging continued its slow ascent. I slammed the bathroom door shut and barricaded it with a bookshelf. Water seeped beneath the door, spreading across the living room floor. With it came a voice, my voice, but wrong, distorted as if speaking through liquid. I've been waiting for you, it said, for so long in the dark and cold, but I found my way back, through the pipes, through the spaces in between. You called me here. I never called you, I shouted at the door. A laugh bubbled from beneath the door. Every time you looked in the mirror and didn't recognize yourself, every time you wondered who you might have been, every path not taken, I'm the you that fell through the cracks. The doorknob turned slowly. The bookshelf began to slide aside, pushed by some impossible force. Water poured through the widening gap, bringing with it a smell of mud and minerals and ancient things. I fled the apartment with only my phone and keys. In the hallway, emergency lights cast everything in red. The fire alarm blared someone had pulled it. Neighbors evacuated in various states of dress and panic. Water flowed from beneath multiple doors, converging into streams that all seemed to flow toward me. Outside, standing in the parking lot with other confused residents, I checked my phone. The camera I'd left running in the living room was still active. The screen showed my apartment filling with water that defied gravity, flowing up walls and across ceilings. And wading through it all, a figure that both was and wasn't me, like looking at my reflection in rippling water, distorted, wrong. Its movements jerky and uncoordinated, as if it hadn't quite figured out how bodies work in this world. It approached the camera, its face filling the screen, those eyes dark hollows that somehow still managed to see. That mouth stretched too wide in a smile that contained too many teeth. Found you, it said, just before the connection died. The building was evacuated for a week while emergency crews dealt with what they called a catastrophic plumbing failure. Multiple pipes had burst simultaneously throughout the system. Engineers expressed bewilderment at the pattern of the breaks. They formed a perfect spiral centering on my apartment. I never returned to collect my belongings. Some things matter more than possessions. I move frequently now. I avoid staying anywhere with old plumbing. I shower only when necessary, quickly, never closing my eyes. I drink bottled water. I cover every drain in every temporary home. But sometimes, catching my reflection in unexpected places, a store window, a puddle after rain, the black screen of my phone, I see it watching me. That other version of myself that found a way through. And I wonder how many more versions might exist in the dark spaces between realities, looking for a way up and out. I keep moving because the water always finds me eventually. The pipes in this current place have started to gurgle, soft, rhythmic, almost like breathing. It won't be long now. Story 6, I had lived here for years. The closet had always been empty, nothing but coats and old boxes shoved against the walls. But last night, as I reached for the light switch, something knocked, my breath caught. The scent of dust and something sharp, almost like iron, filled the air. Slowly, I stepped closer. Another knock. This time, it came from the inside. I pulled my hand back from the doorknob, the cold metal suddenly burning against my skin. The knock repeated, 3 distinct taps in succession. Not random, not accidental, deliberate. I stood frozen, watching the white painted door as if it might dissolve before my eyes. My mind raced with explanations. Perhaps a branch from the tree outside was scraping against the exterior wall. Maybe the old house was settling, pipes contracting in the cold, but deep down I knew better. The sound came from within, not without. I retreated to my bedroom, leaving the closet untouched, unopened. Sleep eluded me that night, my ears straining for any sound from beyond my bedroom wall. The silence that followed was almost worse than the knocking, expectant, watching, waiting. Morning light filtered through my curtains, and the memory of last night seemed distant, dreamlike. I convinced myself it had been my imagination, a product of stress and fatigue. With newfound courage, I approached the closet and swung the door open wide. Nothing, just my winter coats, shoes stacked in their organizer, and cardboard boxes filled with forgotten mementos. I pushed aside the hanging clothes, ran my fingers along the back wall. Solid, unmovable. I knocked on it myself, testing the sound. It didn't match what I'd heard. I began documenting everything, not because I believed something supernatural was happening, but because I needed to prove to myself that nothing was. I set up a small voice recorder inside the closet, hidden beneath an old sweater. I took photos of the interior from every angle, searching for anomalies. My research became obsessive. I measured the dimensions of the closet, comparing them with the exterior wall measurements. I tapped every inch of the walls, listening for hollow spots. I even borrowed an infrared thermometer, recording cold spots that seemed to drift around the small space like invisible currents. The knocking didn't return for 5 nights. When it did, it woke me from a deep sleep. 3 taps, a pause, then 2 more. I grabbed my phone to record, but by the time I reached the closet, silence had fallen again. The recording captured nothing but my own ragged breathing. I became aware of other changes around the house. The mirror in my bathroom seemed to hold reflections a fraction of a second longer than it should. Water from the kitchen tap ran cold, then scalding, without touching the temperature controls. The smell, that metallic, iron scent, would appear suddenly in rooms I hadn't entered for days. My digital thermometer showed the closet was consistently 5 degrees colder than the rest of the house. No draft could explain it. When I placed my hand against the back wall, it vibrated subtly, like the purr of a distant machine. I began talking to the closet, not because I expected an answer, but because the silence had become unbearable. I would sit cross-legged on the floor, the door open wide, and ask questions into the darkness. What are you? What do you want? Are you trapped? My voice recorder captured only static after each question, white noise that seemed to pulse and shift when I listened closely through headphones. I spent hours analyzing these recordings, convinced I could hear patterns forming, almost like words taking shape beneath the hiss. A friend visited, concerned about my withdrawn behavior. I showed her my notes, the temperature readings, the spectrograms of the static recordings. She smiled nervously, suggested I spend some time away from the house. When she opened the closet door herself, she remarked only on how many coats I owned. She didn't feel the vibration when she pressed her palm against the wall. She didn't smell the iron. That night after she left, the knocking changed. No longer cautious, no longer testing, it became insistent. Rapid-fire taps that traveled from the bottom of the door to the top, as if something was climbing up the inside. I pressed my ear against the wood, heart hammering in my chest. Then silence, and in that silence I heard breathing. Not my own, this was shallow, rapid, excited, coming from inside the closet, from a space that couldn't possibly contain anything living. I flung the door open. The coat swayed slightly, disturbed by the rush of air. Nothing else moved, but the smell hit me immediately, iron, so strong I could taste it, mixed with something earthy and damp. My winter jacket, which I hadn't worn in months, was warm to the touch. I pulled out every item in the closet, spreading them across my bedroom floor. I examined each one, looking for signs of disturbance. Nothing seemed changed, yet everything felt wrong. When I ran my hands along the now empty interior walls, the vibration was stronger. The back wall felt softer somehow, yielding slightly under pressure. I took a knife from the kitchen, not as a weapon. I wasn't afraid of anything corporeal, but as a tool. I pressed the tip against the back wall of the closet, expecting resistance. Instead, it sank in easily, as if I were cutting into clay. I pulled it back immediately. The knife emerged clean, the wall unmarked where I had pierced it. I tried again, pressing harder. This time the knife sank into the hilt. When I withdrew it, the blade was coated with something dark and viscous. Not blood too thick, too dark, but reminiscent of it. The substance evaporated within seconds, leaving no trace on the metal. That night I slept in my car. The next day I returned with a hammer and a flashlight. Determined to find answers, I began tapping the hammer against the back wall, listening for hollow spots. The entire wall sounded wrong, not solid like drywall, not hollow like a cavity, but somehow muted, as if the sound was being absorbed. I struck harder and the hammerhead sank into the wall with a wet sound. I pulled it back, watching in fascination as the wall sealed itself, leaving no mark. I moved 3 inches to the right and struck again, harder. This time the wall gave way entirely. The flashlight revealed not the expected wooden studs and insulation, but a space, a passage that couldn't exist given the exterior dimensions of my house. It extended backward, narrowing as it receded, the walls organic looking, pulsing slightly in the beam of light. And that's when I heard it, not knocking this time, but a voice, faint, distorted, as if traveling through water to reach me. It spoke a single word that I felt rather than heard, resonating in my chest cavity rather than my ears. Finally. I should have sealed the wall, I should have fled. Instead, I widened the opening, driven by a compulsion stronger than fear. The passage seemed to breathe, expanding and contracting slightly. The air flowing from it was warm and moist, carrying that metallic scent. I recorded everything on my phone, narrating my discoveries, preserving evidence of what I'd found. When I played back the recording later, my voice was the only sound captured. The passage, the breathing walls, the distant voice, none of it registered. I began mapping the passage, measuring how far it extended. By my calculations, it reached well beyond the exterior wall of my house, into space that should have been my backyard. Yet when I looked out my window, the yard remained unchanged, unbroken. The voice came more frequently now, always distant, always distorted. Sometimes it seemed to call my name, though I could never be certain. Other times it whispered long strings of words I couldn't quite grasp, meanings that hovered just beyond comprehension. I found myself standing before the opening in the closet wall, staring into its depths for hours. Time seemed to stretch and compress around me. The passage would appear longer when I first looked, then suddenly much shorter, as if it were breathing in and out, drawing me deeper with each exhalation. My dreams changed. I would see myself walking down that passage, touching the warm, yielding walls, following the voice to its source. In these dreams, I was not afraid but filled with anticipation, as if approaching a long-awaited reunion. I began to lose track of when I was awake and when I was dreaming. The boundary between my bedroom and the closet, between the closet and the passage, became fluid, uncertain. I would find myself standing before the opening with no memory of having gotten out of bed. The voice grew clearer, more insistent. It no longer echoed from the depths, but seemed to originate from just behind the thinning membrane of reality that separated us. It asked questions now, mirroring my earlier inquiries. What are you? What do you want? Are you trapped? I found myself answering aloud, my responses automatic, unthinking. And with each answer, the passage widened slightly, the distance between myself and the voice shortened. My phone filled with recordings I didn't remember making, photographs of the passage taken from angles I couldn't have achieved. In some, I could make out my own silhouette, standing deeper within the tunnel than I had ever ventured. The knocking returned, but now it came from everywhere: the walls of my bedroom, the floor beneath my feet, the ceiling above my head. My entire house had become a membrane, thin and permeable, between one reality and another. I stopped going to work, stopped answering calls. My focus narrowed to the passage, to the voice, to the mystery that consumed me. I set up a chair facing the closet, watching, waiting, documenting. The boundaries between observer and observed blurred. Sometimes I felt I was looking not at the passage, but at myself from the other side. Last night everything changed. The knocking stopped abruptly, giving way to perfect silence. The passage, which had been growing steadily wider, contracted suddenly, narrowing to a sliver. The voice called out one last time, urgent now, almost desperate. Help me cross. I approached the opening, pressed my face close to examine it. In the narrowing gap I saw movement. A hand, or something like a hand, pressed against the other side of the membrane, fingers splayed. Without thinking, I raised my own hand to meet it. Our fingertips connected through the thinning barrier. A surge of electricity shot up my arm, and the world tilted sideways. For one disorienting moment, I saw myself from the outside standing before the closet, hand outstretched, eyes wide with wonder and fear. Then I was back in my body, gasping as the passage sealed itself completely, leaving only a solid wall. The knocking never returned, the voice fell silent, the iron smell faded, replaced by the normal sense of my home. Everything appears normal now. The closet is just a closet again. My winter coats hang undisturbed. The cardboard boxes remain sealed. By all outward signs, nothing unusual ever happened here. But something has changed. I notice it most when I catch my reflection unexpectedly. There's a momentary disconnect, as if the person in the mirror moves a fraction of a second after I do. When I speak, my voice sounds slightly unfamiliar, resonating differently in my chest. I've destroyed all my recordings, all my notes, not because I want to forget, but because they're no longer necessary. I understand now what was knocking from inside my closet, what was calling to me from the passage that shouldn't exist. And sometimes when I'm very quiet, I can hear knocking again. But now it comes from outside the house, trying to get in. Someone or something calling my name with my own voice, asking to be let inside. I know I should ignore it, but each day I find myself drawing closer to the front door, my hand reaching for the knob, ready to answer. Story 7. It started as a faint sound too soft to be the wind, too deliberate to be the house settling. But as I pressed my ear to the wall, my stomach clenched. The air smelled musty, thick with the scent of old plaster, and behind the wallpaper, just beneath the surface, I heard it, a whisper. I pulled back, running my fingers along the faded floral pattern. The wall felt cool against my skin, except for one small area that radiated warmth like a living thing. My new home had quirks, that's what the real estate agent called them. Quirks, the uneven floorboards, the doors that refused to close properly, the light switches that worked only when they wanted to, but this was different. The whisper came again, a string of words too muffled to understand. I grabbed a glass from the kitchen, returned to the wall, and pressed the open end against the wallpaper, placing my ear against the bottom. The sound clarified slightly, a voice, low and rhythmic, speaking words I couldn't quite catch. "Hello," I called, feeling ridiculous talking to my wall. The whispering stopped immediately. I told myself it was nothing, just pipes or perhaps a radio from the neighboring house. I went about unpacking, arranging books on shelves, hanging clothes in the closet. But my eyes kept darting back to that spot on the wall. That night, as I lay in bed, I heard it again. The whispering had grown louder and now carried a cadence that reminded me of someone reading aloud. I switched on my bedside lamp and approached the wall. The floral pattern seemed different somehow, the petals and stems arranged in new configurations. My heart quickened. I took a photo with my phone to compare later. In the morning, I examined the wall in daylight. The pattern looked normal again, matching the photo I had taken when I first viewed the house. Had I imagined the changes? I touched the spot where the whispering had come from. The wall felt ice cold now, despite the warmth of the day. I decided to document everything. I set up a voice recorder near the wall, took daily photographs, and kept a journal of my observations. The whispering always began at night, growing louder with each passing evening. The wallpaper pattern would shift subtly, flowers blooming and withering in impossible ways. My recordings captured nothing but static. My photographs showed no changes. According to my evidence, nothing unusual was happening at all. but I knew what I heard, I knew what I saw. I invited a friend over for dinner, hoping for validation. As we ate, I watched her eyes for any sign that she noticed something wrong. "Your new place has character," she said between bites of pasta. "Do you hear anything strange?" I asked, trying to sound casual. "From the walls, maybe." She tilted her head, listening. "Just your neighbor's TV, I think." I don't have neighbors close enough to hear their television. After she left, the whispering started again, but different now, urgent, insistent. I stood before the wall, heart hammering in my chest. "What do you want?" I asked. The whispering stopped, then slowly a single clear word emerged from behind the wallpaper: recognition. My breath caught in my throat. I hadn't imagined it. Something was there, and it had answered me. I ran my hands over the wallpaper, feeling the texture change beneath my fingertips. The pattern began to shift before my eyes, flowers stretching, stems elongating, forming shapes that resembled letters. I needed to see what was behind it. I went to the kitchen and returned with a utility knife. Carefully, I cut a small X in the center of the speaking spot. The wallpaper felt alive, resistant to the blade, almost like skin. When I peeled back the first corner, a gust of stale air escaped, carrying the scent of ink and old paper. Behind the wallpaper was another layer, not of plaster or drywall, but of newspaper clippings, yellowed with age. They covered every inch, overlapping in chaotic patterns. Headlines about missing persons, unsolved mysteries, strange phenomena, all from decades past. The whispering grew louder, coming now from everywhere at once, from inside the wall, from behind me, from inside my own head. I continued peeling away the wallpaper, revealing more clippings. In the center of them all was a single photograph of a man standing in front of this very house. His face was blurred, but something about his posture seemed familiar. On the back of the photo, written in faded ink, "I am still here." The room grew cold. I stepped back from the wall, dropping the knife. The newspaper clippings began to rustle, as if stirred by an unfelt breeze. Words formed in my mind, not heard but somehow known. "You found me." I wanted to run, to leave this house and never return, but curiosity rooted me to the spot. I had to understand. "Who are you?" I asked the wall. The clippings shuddered. Several detached themselves and floated to the floor. Beneath them was another layer, not newspaper this time, but pages torn from journals and diaries, covered in handwriting identical to my own. I knelt to examine one. The page contained details of my life, thoughts I had never shared, dreams I had never spoken of. The date at the top was next week. My head spun. The whispering surrounded me now, a chorus of voices all speaking at once, all with my voice, all telling different versions of the same story. I stumbled back, colliding with my desk. My journal fell open, pages flipping of their own accord, stopping on today's entry, which I hadn't written yet, in my handwriting. "I found something behind the wallpaper today. I should stop looking. I should cover it up. I won't." The air in the room felt thick, hard to breathe. The wallpaper continued to peel itself away, revealing more and more layers: newspapers, photographs, journal pages, letters, all connected to me somehow, all telling fragments of a story I didn't yet understand. In a frenzy, I began to tear at the wall, ripping away wallpaper and clippings by the handful. Underneath it all was a mirror, dusty and cracked, but still reflective. In it I saw myself, but wrong somehow, my features arranged differently, my eyes too wide, my smile too knowing. My reflection spoke, its lips forming words mine did not. We've been waiting for you. I reached out to touch the mirror. My fingers passed through the surface as if it were water. Cold hands grabbed mine from the other side, pulling gently. I resisted, jerking back. The hands retreated, but the mirror rippled like disturbed water. That night I covered the exposed section of wall with a bookshelf. I told myself I would call a contractor, have the wall sealed properly, perhaps even demolish it entirely and rebuild, but I did none of those things. Instead, I found myself drawn back to it, moving the bookshelf aside to stare at the mirror beneath the torn wallpaper. Each time, my reflection seemed slightly different, older sometimes, younger others, occasionally wounded or changed in ways I couldn't articulate. And always the whispering continued. I began to understand fragments, warnings, predictions, regrets. The voices were all mine, all from different paths my life might have taken or might still take. I started writing down what they told me. My journal filled with their stories, versions of me who had made different choices, who had fallen through that mirror, who had opened doors best left closed. The mirror grew larger each day, the reflective surface expanding beneath the wallpaper without me removing any more of it. Sometimes, when passing through the room quickly, I would glimpse movement in the mirror that didn't match my own. I stopped inviting people over. I covered all the other mirrors in the house. I kept the curtains drawn, but I couldn't stop returning to that wall, couldn't stop listening to the whispers, couldn't stop staring into the growing mirror and the wrong reflections it showed me. Last night I woke to find myself standing before the wall, my hand pressed flat against the mirror surface, which now pulsed like a heartbeat. My reflection smiled at me with too many teeth. Almost time, it whispered, the first words I had clearly heard with my ears, and not just in my mind. I jerked my hand away and ran back to bed, wrapping myself in blankets despite the sudden warmth of the room. This morning I found a journal entry I don't remember writing. It details what will happen when the mirror covers the entire wall, when the barrier between me and the other versions of myself grows thin enough to tear completely. I should leave this house. I should burn it down. I should warn whoever comes after me. But the whispers tell me it's too late. They tell me the wallpaper in this house has always hidden mirrors. They tell me I've always been here and always will be, trapped in an endless loop of discovery and denial. Now I sit at my desk, writing this down, hoping someone will understand. Behind me, I hear the soft sound of wallpaper peeling away by itself, revealing more of the mirror beneath. I won't turn around, not yet. But soon I'll have no choice. The whispers promise that. They whisper that eventually I'll step through, joining the chorus behind the wallpaper, waiting for the next occupant, the next version of me to press their ear against the wall and hear us calling. And the cycle will begin again. Story 8. In a dim afternoon's embrace, I stumbled upon an unmarked envelope nestled within my daily mail. Unfolding the yellowed paper, handwritten words stirred dormant memories within me, memories that felt both foreign and intimately known. The room was a symphony of old ink and lavender, coaxing me to question the very essence of my past. The paper itself, delicate and time-worn, cradled stories yet to be unraveled. Raindrops danced softly against the window, creating a melodic harmony that synchronized with the rhythm of my heart. Under the warm glow of my reading lamp, The elegant script on the letter swayed like a waltz, whispering secrets of a summer house lost in the mists of time. "My dearest friend," the letter began, invoking images of sun-kissed days and the gentle lull of waves caressing a distant shore. Despite my lack of recollection, the words painted vivid scenes of afternoon teas in delicate china cups adorned with blue blooms, of eternal roses in a garden, and of a mysterious locked room on the third floor. Each sentence served as a key, unlocking chambers of my mind filled with scents of salt air and freshly cut grass, sensations of smooth floorboards beneath my feet, and the soft rustle of cotton curtains in a whispering breeze. The memories grew stronger with each passing word, blurring the line between reality and dreams. My feline companion, nestled in my lap, purred softly, grounding me in the present amidst this ethereal journey. As I turned to the second page, the handwriting remained steadfast, recounting tales of misty gardens at dawn, flickering candlelit shadows, and phantom piano melodies haunting empty rooms. The house around me seemed to echo the descriptions, its wooden floors creaking in unison with the writer's narrative, as if the very essence of the summer house had seeped into my own abode. The scent of lavender enveloped me, no longer confined to the paper but permeating the air, carrying whispers of shared secrets and unspoken promises. The letter spoke of a locket that had supposedly always hung around my neck, holding a photograph of two mysterious women before a grand estate. Though my fingers found only bare skin, the weight of that absent locket lingered, a ghostly presence against my chest. Outside, the rain continued its gentle serenade, now murmuring elusive words carried on the wind. The letter recounted rainy days spent in the library of the summer house, where books' titles shifted mysteriously when unobserved. The familiarity of these details clashed with my own reality, blurring the edges of what was and what could have been. Approaching the final page, the ink on the paper seemed to fade, as if the words themselves were ephemeral memories slipping through my grasp. The writer detailed a pivotal choice made under a moonlit sky, a choice that rippled through the fabric of existence itself. The conclusion hung in the air like a veil between worlds, challenging me to reconsider the narrative I had woven for myself. Signed with an enigmatic initial that danced before my eyes, the letter held a mirror to my soul, reflecting a face both familiar and foreign. As I folded the paper back into its creases, my reflection in the window glass seemed to flicker, revealing glimpses of a past self intertwined with the present. The rain subsided, the scent of lavender waning, yet the weight of newfound memories lingered in the air. Returning the letter to its envelope, I acknowledged that the stories within, whether born of reality or imagination, had forever altered the tapestry of my mind. Drifting into slumber in my cherished armchair, the distant melodies of waves and piano carried me into the realm of dreams, where the phantom locket lay heavy against my heart, a reminder of a story both chosen and forgotten. Story 9. Driving along a rugged coastline, I found myself mesmerized by an abandoned lighthouse standing tall against the crashing waves. Its once vibrant red paint now faded, and its stone structure worn down by time emanated a sense of quiet sadness, as though it held the weight of lost sailors and forgotten dreams. Amidst the relentless howl of the wind and the salty embrace of the sea, a soft, mournful whisper seemed to drift out from within, a melancholic melody carried by the night. Compelled by an unseen force, I pulled over, my car's headlights casting long shadows along the weathered path leading to the lighthouse. Each step I took on the gravel was deliberate, the sound of my footsteps blending with the heavy evening air, laden with memories and secrets. As twilight descended, wisps of mist curled around the base of the tower like ghostly tendrils reaching towards the sky. To my surprise, the door was unlocked, opening with a gentle groan that harmonized with the whispering wind. Inside, the air was thick with the scent of aged wood and sea salt, mingling with a hint of something sweeter, perhaps remnants of lamp oil from years gone by. Climbing the spiral staircase, my hand trailed along the cool metal railing, each step echoing with a solemn reverberation. The wooden steps, worn smooth by the passage of time, creaked softly in acknowledgement of my presence. Through salt-encrusted windows, I glimpsed the deepening hues of the darkening sky, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. The keeper's quarters just below the lantern room seemed frozen in time. Dust motes danced in the beam of my flashlight, swirling like cosmic constellations. An open logbook on a weathered desk caught my eye, its pages yellowed with age, the last entry a testament to decades past. Yet what drew me in was the subtle sway of a rocking chair by the window, moving ever so slightly in the stillness of the room. And then the photographs lining the walls captured my attention, each depicting the lighthouse in various lights, but always with the same figure on the gallery rail. A woman in a flowing dress, her gaze fixed upon the sea, her presence eternal in the captured moments. In every photo, she exuded a sense of waiting, watching, yearning. As I ascended to the lantern room, the whisper grew stronger, a phantom echo of a voice filled with longing and patience. The monumental Fresnel lens dominated the circular space, refracting the dwindling twilight into a myriad of rainbow hues. I marveled at its pristine condition, untouched by the passage of time. Lost in the rhythmic cadence of distant waves, a haunting melody began to unfurl. Crystal clear notes, pure and poignant, resonated from within the lighthouse, carrying a beauty so profound it brought tears to my eyes. Yet beneath the beauty lay a profound sorrow that pierced my heart. It sang of endless nights of waiting, of ships that never returned, of a love that endured beyond death. A sudden chill filled the air, and I sensed a presence beside me, though I saw only the reflection of a woman in a pale dress in the lens. Her eyes fixed on the horizon, her essence a blend of lavender and sea spray. But when I turned, she was gone, leaving behind only the echo of her song, entwined with the whisper of the wind. Respecting the melancholy that enveloped the lighthouse, I descended slowly, each step a silent tribute to the eternal vigil of the woman in the photographs. Her face now clearer, her expression a mix of hope and resignation, I realized she had chosen to remain, bound by duty and love. As I sat in my car, gazing at the first stars above the lighthouse, the whisper lingered, no longer unsettling, but rather a gentle reminder. It whispered of enduring love, of sacred duty, of memories that transcend time. Even now, on quiet nights when the wind carries a certain tune, I hear her melody, envisioning her standing in the lantern room, a beacon of light in the darkness. Haunted not by fear, but by a poignant reminder, the lighthouse taught me that love, duty, and memory are forces that echo through eternity, like a whispered lullaby, offering solace to lost souls and guiding light in the darkest of nights. Story 10, high above the vibrant city, an enchanting rooftop garden unveiled itself to me, nestled atop a forgotten edifice. Illuminated by hidden lanterns, the garden emanated a surreal radiance, with lush plants and blossoming flowers casting a spellbinding glow. The mingling fragrances of city rain and fresh blooms stirred a sense of intrigue, as if the garden existed in a realm where urban clamor intertwined with tranquil enchantment. One crisp autumn evening, the ethereal light caught my gaze from the window of my apartment, as the sky donned a velvety hue and the scent of falling leaves perfumed the air. The gentle pulse of the glow, akin to a tranquil breath, beckoned me closer, drawing me into its mysterious allure. Night after night, I found myself captivated by the garden's soft luminescence, a dance of light amidst the shadows that held me spellbound. After weeks of silent observation, I stumbled upon the concealed stairwell leading to the rooftop sanctuary. The metal door yielded with a hushed whisper, unveiling a world suspended between reality and dreams. Mist caressed my feet as I tread upon weathered wooden planks, each step releasing the essence of rain-soaked cedar. The garden defied all logic, with unfamiliar flowers swaying in an unseen breeze, their petals emitting a soft glow that painted the surroundings in pastel hues. Ancient lanterns adorned iron posts, casting a light that resembled neither electric nor flame, but a celestial essence akin to starlight captured in dew. Delving deeper into this mystical realm, I noticed peculiar phenomena. The plants seemed to respond to my presence, their leaves subtly turning to follow my movements. The air grew heavy with the perfume of night-blooming flowers, yet every attempt to focus on a single blossom proved futile, as they eluded comprehension, shifting and morphing before my eyes. Beside a small pond reflecting the enigmatic lights, shapes moved within its depths, not fish but patterns of light that ebbed and flowed like fleeting thoughts at the edge of slumber. The water exuded a warmth conflicting with the cool evening air, while ephemeral bubbles of light ascended to the surface, dissolving into the mist. Time itself warped within the garden's confines, stretching minutes into hours and compressing hours into mere moments. Night after night I returned, drawn by an inexplicable comfort found amidst the magical flora and gentle radiance. Often I brought a book or journal, yet I found solace in simply basking in the tranquil ambience, enveloped in a soothing embrace akin to a soft blanket. One evening I chanced upon a weathered stone bench hidden behind cascading vines aglow with luminescence. Intricate symbols, worn by time yet faintly discernible, adorned its surface, shifting and transforming with each angle, whispering stories just beyond my grasp. The most perplexing element of the garden was its ethereal music, a faint melody that seemed to echo from the flowers themselves or the spaces between the stars above. Indescribable yet soothing, it evoked the color of wind or the texture of moonlight. Amidst my visits, I stumbled upon curious objects left behind by unseen visitors. A faintly glowing pearl button, a warm brass key, a paper adorned with flowing script that shifted languages when my gaze wavered. These findings hinted at others privy to the garden's secrets, yet I never encountered another soul within this ethereal realm. As the seasons shifted, so did the garden, defying natural laws with blooms of impossible colors in winter nights and dancing autumn leaves in spring breezes. The perpetual mist and gentle glow that initially drew me remained unchanged, a constant in this realm of wonder. Though I continue to frequent the garden, I've relinquished the quest to unravel its mysteries, embracing the unknown with gentle wonderment rather than seeking definitive answers. This rooftop sanctuary has become my refuge, a place where reality and dreams intertwine, time flows like honey, and the bustling world below fades into insignificance. Amidst the luminescent blooms, I occasionally glimpse reflections of other gardens in the lanterns, akin to hidden sanctuaries existing on the cusp of familiarity and enigma. Perhaps I muse, this rooftop garden is but one of many secret havens scattered across the world, awaiting discovery by those in need. The gentle pulse of light, akin to a heartbeat against the night sky, continues to beckon, calling out to kindred spirits as it once beckoned to me. While the garden's magic and true nature elude my comprehension, I've discovered that some mysteries are meant to be experienced, embraced in their enigmatic allure rather than dissected for understanding. In this ethereal realm above the city, I've learned that true peace stems not from answers, but from embracing the questions with contented acceptance. Story 11. On a serene morning stroll through a tranquil meadow, I halted to marvel at the glistening dew adorning the blades of grass. To my amazement, the tiny droplets had artfully arranged themselves into intricate, minuscule letters, a script crafted by the hand of nature itself. The air was filled with the refreshing perfume of moist earth and wild blooms, enveloping me in a calming embrace. An unshakable feeling washed over me, as if this transient message was a personal gift meant solely for my eyes. The mist of dawn lingered low, casting a soft, pearly gray veil over everything in sight. As I knelt closer to inspect the dew-kissed grass, my very breath caused subtle ripples to dance through the moisture-laden atmosphere. The letters shimmered and swirled, their forms just beyond the grasp of understanding. Each stroke and curve was delicate, akin to the finest calligraphy etched in liquid crystal. I found myself drawn back to that meadow each morning, pulled by an inexplicable force. Every day new messages emerged, their significance always tantalizingly out of reach. With the sun's gentle touch, the dew script transformed from clear, precise symbols into abstract designs that melded back into the verdant carpet. At times, foreign words in unknown tongues would briefly appear, their shapes both strange and familiar. The soft rustle of the wind weaving through the tall grass became my constant companion, accompanied by the gentle melody of early birds welcoming the break of day. I began chronicling these messages in a weathered leather journal, my fingertips tracing the damp impressions as I sketched what my eyes beheld. The pages took on a slight ripple from the moisture, as if recalling the dew that birthed the elusive letters. One misty morning, a change caught my eye. The script had begun spiraling outward from a central point, forming an intricate mandala of words and symbols. A hushed energy filled the air, muffling the usual morning sounds as if the meadow itself held its breath. Goosebumps prickled my skin as I traced the spiral with my gaze, attempting to unravel its intricate design. The messages began appearing in unexpected places. They graced the condensation on my bedroom window, each droplet perfectly aligned. They materialized in the steam rising from my morning tea, fleetingly visible before vanishing into the ether. Even the frost patterns on autumn leaves seemed to harbor fragments of this enigmatic communication. In my dreams, the scripts came alive, flowing like molten silver through landscapes of shadow and light. They divulged secrets in whispers woven from rustling leaves and the distant chimes of wind. Each morning I awoke with fading echoes of almost grasping the meaning, slipping away like water through cupped hands. My journal burgeoned with these revelations, its pages now a testament to this gentle enigma. Hours slipped by as I compared the patterns, noting how they mirrored the moon's phases, the changing seasons, and the subtle shifts in morning light. A deeper rhythm began to emerge, hinting that the dew script was part of a grand, unhurried dialogue between earth and sky. As winter crept in, the messages grew sparse, appearing only on pristine, crystal-clear mornings when the air was still. I cherished these moments even more, savoring each one as a possible farewell until spring's return. The frost created its own rendition of the script, inscribing delicate messages into the frozen grass that glittered like diamonds under the pale sun. Today, years later, I continue to frequent the meadow, though the messages appear less frequently. I sometimes ponder if they were meant to lead me to this state of tranquil observation, this serene appreciation of morning's subtle enchantment. The dew still forms its perfect orbs on grass and leaf, and while the distinct letters may have faded, I now discern a different tale in their intricate patterns, a gentle reminder that not all mysteries need solving to hold meaning. My journal rests on my desk, its pages brimming with the captured echoes of those dawn revelations. When I leaf through it now, I notice how the sketch designs seem to shift and transform in varying lights, much like the do script itself. Perhaps understanding was never the goal. Perhaps the true gift lay in those quiet instants of wonder, in learning to pause and witness the world's small marvels with patient, grateful eyes. The meadow has evolved into my sanctuary, a realm where the line between the ordinary and the extraordinary blurs in the early light of day. Though the crystalline messages may forever remain a mystery to me, their presence has etched an enduring mark on my soul, teaching me that life's most profound experiences often unfold in the gentle unfurling of questions without answers. Story 12. On a moonlit night nestled deep within the heart of the forest, I chanced upon an ancient campsite nearly swallowed whole by nature's embrace. The towering pines swayed in a tranquil dance, their needles whispering soft secrets of ages past. The cool night air, rich with the fragrance of cedar and damp earth, carried a hushed promise of enigmas veiled beneath the layers of time. With each step I took towards the clearing, my footfalls hushed by a carpet of fallen pine needles, I beheld the remnants of a bygone gathering place. Weathered logs encircled a time-worn fire pit, now adorned with delicate mushrooms emitting a faint, ethereal glow under the moon's gentle caress. Their pale luminescence pulsed ever so subtly, akin to a tranquil breath in the nocturnal stillness. At the clearing's edge stood the skeletal remains of an old cabin, its weathered wooden walls shimmering silver under the moonlight's ethereal touch. Beams of moonlight filtered through cracks in the roof, casting intricate patterns upon the floor that seemed to shift and morph when my gaze wandered elsewhere. The door hung slightly ajar, swaying almost imperceptibly in the night breeze, harmonizing with the murmurs of the pines in a soft, rhythmic symphony. Inside the cabin, time had etched its own tale. Dust motes danced in the moonbeams that filtered through the windows, while the wooden floor creaked beneath my weight, as though recounting ancient memories with each whispered creak. A stone fireplace dominated one wall, its chimney soaring skyward like a silent sentinel. Within its cold hearth, dried leaves had gathered, forming abstract patterns reminiscent of cryptic symbols in an unknown script. Upon a small table beside the window, a weathered journal awaited my discovery, its pages warped with humidity but miraculously preserved. The leather cover felt warm to the touch, a stark contrast to the cool night air enveloping me. As I gingerly opened its pages, the spine crackled softly, revealing elegant script that narrated tales of ethereal lights among the trees and haunting melodies carried upon the wind, melodies that slipped from memory's grasp once heard. Each twilight the journal chronicled, the pines would commence their murmured dialogues as dusk settled upon the land. They spoke of wanderers passing through, of transformations within the forest, and of entities that traversed the spaces between shadows. The author described how on certain nights, the mushrooms within the fire pit would radiate a brighter glow, their light pulsating in harmony with distant melodies hovering on the edge of perception. As I delved into the journal's enigmatic passages, the ambience underwent a subtle transformation. The moonlight assumed a silvery hue, the shadows deepened, and the whispers of the pines intensified, though their meaning remained elusive. A gentle sway overcame me, as if moved by an unseen current, my breath harmonizing with an unseen rhythm in the air. The journal divulged a peculiar phenomenon. On nights of the fullest moon, such as this one, the old fire pit would sometimes mirror the heavens above, transforming into a pool of liquid shadow despite its dry exterior. Intrigued, I ventured back outside, the journal cradled in my hands, to verify this mystical claim. The clearing appeared altered, though I struggled to discern the nature of the change. The logs now formed intricate patterns, and the mushroom's glow had intensified imperceptibly. Drawing closer to the fire pit, I beheld the veracity of the journal's account. The ancient ashes now gleamed like liquid silver, reflecting the moon and stars with uncanny precision. Yet within that mirrored celestial tapestry, I spied lights that defied the night sky above, moving purposefully like ethereal fireflies swaying to a melody only they could perceive. The longer I gazed, the more I felt on the cusp of comprehending the pine's whispers, on the brink of unraveling the ancient discourse among their boughs. Seating myself upon a log, the journal resting upon my lap, I began transcribing my own observations. Time flowed differently in that nocturnal realm, blurring the lines between observer and observed. Was I a mere spectator to the fire pit's luminous display, or were unseen eyes now fixed upon me? Were the pines divulging their secrets, or merely permitting me a fleeting glimpse into their timeless dialogue? As dawn approached, shrouded in a delicate mist that draped the tree trunks like cascading silk, I penned a final entry in the journal. I chronicled how the mushroom's glow waned so gradually that its cessation eluded my perception, how the murmurs transitioned into the familiar sounds of daybreak, and how the fire pit's mirrored surface relinquished its celestial visage, reverting to mundane ashes at the first light of day. Placing the journal reverently upon its table within the cabin, I accepted the uncertainty that shrouded my experience despite my meticulous notes. The pines continued their murmured conversations, now veering towards commonplace topics: wind and weather, light and shadow. Yet in moments of reverie, when I close my eyes, I can still discern the rhythmic cadence of that enchanted night, still sense the allure of enigma's content to linger at the periphery of understanding, forever half revealed, never fully unveiled. Story 13. In a forgotten gallery of ancient family treasures, amidst the dust and shadows, a peculiar portrait caught my eye. It depicted a mysterious figure, a stranger from a bygone era whose eyes seemed to hold a sorrowful tale untold. Behind the aged frame, a fragile letter lay concealed, its faint scent of history and lavender beckoning me to unravel its secrets. Time had woven a quiet spell over the gallery, with sunlight filtering through tall windows, casting a gentle glow on the weathered wooden panels. Dust motes swirled in the air, dancing a silent ballet as I ventured deeper into the forgotten past. With trembling fingers, I retrieved the letter, its yellowed pages whispering of long-forgotten whispers and faded memories. The portrait, a woman of grace and mystery, observed me with a knowing gaze, her Victorian attire hinting at a life veiled in shadows. The letter, penned in elegant script now aged to sepia, spoke of a journey across the sea, a quest for ancestral truths, and a legacy waiting to be uncovered. As I delved into the missive, the present world faded into a distant murmur, replaced by the scratch of quill on parchment echoing through time. My dearest Elizabeth, as you read these words, I have embarked on a voyage to untangle the threads of our family's past. Visions of our grandmother's music box, the key she cherished, and the tales of the ancient manor haunt my dreams. The melody she hummed lingers in my mind, guiding me towards a hidden map concealed within the portrait I leave behind. Trust in the whispers of nature, the echoes of our lineage, for therein lies our true inheritance. The letter bore the weight of generations past, of secrets buried within the gallery's alcove, awaiting discovery by one who understood the language of shadows and moonlight. The legacy of women, woven into the fabric of time, whispered of truths beyond gold and land, of a wisdom passed down through the ages. Margaret's words lingered in the air, a soft echo of a forgotten era, urging me to follow where she had tread. As twilight descended upon the gallery, shadows danced along the walls, and the portrait of Margaret seemed to stir with hidden meaning. Details once overlooked now revealed themselves. A pendant that might hold a key, a subtle hint of a music box's presence, and a hand guarding a secret close to the heart. The hushed stillness enveloped me, a cocoon of mysteries waiting to be unraveled. Contemplating the choice laid before me, I pondered Margaret's legacy, the map she entrusted to those who dared to seek. The decision to embark on her journey need not be immediate. Some destinies unfold in their own time, guided by the whispers of the past. With a sense of reverence, I returned the letter to its sanctuary, capturing its essence in my journal before departing. As I prepared to leave, a haunting melody drifted through the air, a faint echo of a lullaby from ages past. Whether a trick of the mind or a ghostly remnant, I could not say. The portrait's gaze followed me, not with malice, but with a silent invitation, a promise of stories waiting to be unveiled. I knew that I would return to this gallery, to Margaret's enigmatic legacy, but for now, I let the mysteries linger like dreams on the edge of consciousness, knowing that some truths reveal themselves only in the realm of slumber. Story 14. On a midnight journey back home, the nearly deserted subway car held an unusual weight in the air. Sitting in the distant corner was a lone figure, gazing fixedly at me as the train traversed through dim tunnels. The atmosphere was heavy with the blend of sweat and stagnant air, and an unsettling feeling of being observed settled upon me. The gentle swaying of the carriage and the rhythmic clatter of wheels against tracks crafted a hypnotic melody that typically would have eased me into slumber. But this night was different. My focus kept drifting back to the stranger, whose mere presence seemed to warp the very essence of reality around them. The fluorescent lights flickered intermittently above, casting eerie shadows that danced across the worn metal walls. I observed something peculiar about my fellow traveler. Their silhouette appeared slightly distorted, as if seen through a rain-soaked window. Whenever I blinked or shifted my gaze, their outline would briefly sharpen before softening once more. The effect was subtle enough to be attributed to my weary eyes, yet what unfolded next dispelled any doubts. The stranger extended their hand in a gesture that resembled a greeting, but the motion left lingering trails in the air, akin to sparklers painting light streaks in the night sky. Each movement created ripples in the space surrounding them, warping the advertisements on the walls behind. The temperature in the car plummeted, causing goosebumps to prickle on my skin. Time seemed to stretch and contract with each breath, the intervals between stations elongating, and the darkness outside the windows growing deeper and more profound. The usual ambient noises of the subway, the rush of air, the mechanical creaks, the distant echoes all faded into a soft, velvety silence, leaving only the steady heartbeat rhythm of the wheels on the tracks. I found myself studying their attire, a blend of modern and antiquated styles. A coat that could have been worn yesterday or centuries ago, shoes that seemed to shift between fashions when not directly observed. Their visage remained shrouded in shadow despite the overhead light, as if darkness gravitated towards them. The stranger began to hum, though the sound was not audible to my ears. Instead, I felt the melody reverberate in my chest, a haunting tune evoking memories of childhood lullabies and forgotten reveries. My eyelids grew heavy, but I resisted the urge to succumb, torn between comfort and disquiet. Subtle alterations began to manifest in the subway car. Advertisements displayed different images when caught in my peripheral vision. The metal poles appeared to bend at impossible angles before snapping back to normal upon direct inspection. The windows reflected scenes that defied reality: lush gardens, grand libraries, distant constellations. The stranger rose slowly, moving with a fluidity akin to water in weightlessness. Taking a step towards me, I noticed their feet hovered slightly above the floor. The air around them shimmered with an opalescent gleam, akin to heat waves rising from sun-soaked pavement. Their presence exuded a sense of ancient wisdom and infinite patience. Seating themselves across from me, I briefly glimpsed their face, kind and ageless, familiar yet impossible to fully grasp. Their voice, when they spoke, echoed like the wind through autumn foliage. You perceive beyond the ordinary, they intoned, though their lips remained unmoving. Rare is it to encounter one awake at this hour of reality. I yearned to respond, to voice the myriad questions swirling in my mind, yet found myself enveloped in a profound tranquility. The train's gentle sway transformed into a cradle, and the darkness beyond the windows shifted into a comforting embrace. The stranger's presence no longer felt menacing, but rather akin to reuniting with a long-lost acquaintance whose name lingered just beyond memory's reach. Upon reopening my eyes, I found myself alone in the subway car. The fluorescent lights buzzed with their usual harshness, and the advertisements displayed their standard offerings. The air had reverted to its customary temperature, and the familiar sounds of the subway resumed their melodic symphony. However, something had shifted. In the window's reflection, I noticed a subtle iridescence clinging to my clothing, akin to dewdrops in a spider's web. And within my pocket, I discovered a ticket stub I had no recollection of obtaining, inscribed with characters from an unfamiliar alphabet that I somehow comprehended perfectly. Henceforth, whenever I journey on the late-night subway, I heed the fellow passengers with heightened awareness. Occasionally, when the light strikes just so, I catch glimpses of blurred outlines and lingering afterimages. And on rare occasions, I perceive a distant hum that resonates not in my ears, but within my very bones, a reminder that reality is far more malleable than we conceive, especially in those twilight realms between consciousness and slumber. Story 15. Drawn by an unexplainable urge to wander, I ventured into an ancient theater on the edge of town, its former grandeur now fading into a state of disrepair. The intricate balconies and velvet seats murmured tales of days past filled with applause and theatrical drama. Stepping onto the creaking stage, a soft, echoing voice drifted to my ears, reciting verses tinged with both sorrow and yearning. The sound bounced off the weathered walls, blending with the musty aroma of aged curtains and forsaken dreams, leaving me to ponder if the theater was truly deserted. A gentle autumn breeze meandered through unseen crevices, orchestrating a subtle symphony of rustling papers and distant whispers. My footsteps hushed on the wooden floor, each plank releasing a sigh beneath my tread. The air carried a peculiar weight, as if passing through layers of memories frozen in time. Above me, the grand chandelier hung in silence, its crystals coated in dust, but occasionally catching glimmers of light filtering through the tall windows, creating delicate patterns that danced upon the walls. Intrigued, I gravitated towards the stage wing, where old props lay veiled in sheets resembling gentle waves in the dimness. The voice I had heard seemed to emanate from this direction, though now it barely rose above a whisper. Amid the forgotten set pieces, I stumbled upon an ancient dressing room mirror, its surface aged and clouded yet retaining an otherworldly gleam. As I drew near, the temperature around me shifted, growing cooler but not uncomfortably so. The mirror seemed to pulse with a mysterious energy that eluded explanation. In its reflection, I glimpsed movements not of my own making, shadows of performers from eras long past refining their art. The voice gained clarity, perhaps that of a woman reciting lines from what appeared to be a tragic romance. Her words carried a melodic quality, simultaneously soothing and melancholic, time warped within this realm. Minutes stretched into hours as I delved deeper, uncovering crumbling playbills and costume pieces still faintly redolent with perfume. The voice continued its serene soliloquy, guiding me through the forgotten nooks of the theater. In the orchestra pit, ancient sheet music lay scattered across music stands, the notes faded yet discernible, as if awaiting the return of musicians to breathe life into them once more. As evening approached, the shifting light through the windows cast elongated shadows that seemed purposeful as they moved across the seats. The voice grew more distinct, though never rising beyond a hushed murmur. I found myself seated in one of the better preserved velvet chairs, gazing as dust motes pirouetted in the waning sunlight. The theater appeared to inhale and exhale around me, its walls expanding and contracting under the weight of countless narratives. In this tranquil moment, I came to realize that the voice spoke not to any individual, but to the theater itself, reminiscing. Each word wove together shards of performances, past ovations, farewells, debuts, and curtain calls. The voice's gentle rhythm crafted a nostalgic cocoon that enveloped me entirely. Night descended, ushering in a new dimension to the voice. It seemed to emanate from every corner, yet no specific source, filling the space with a warm resonance that caused the very air to vibrate with a gentle energy. The words grew clearer, their meaning just beyond reach, akin to recalling a dream upon waking. The chandelier above now captured the moon's glow, casting subtle rainbow refractions resembling the aurora borealis across the ceiling. Drifting between wakefulness and slumber, the voice acted as a soothing lullaby. Reality and dream blurred in this twilight awareness. I could almost perceive the phantom audience, their presence suggested by the interplay of moonlight and shadow. They sat in reverent silence, captivated by the voice as much as I was. As night deepened, a profound peace settled over the theater. The voice began to fade, not abruptly but gradually, like a tide retreating from the shore. Its diminishing echo left behind a sense of gratitude, as if my presence had acknowledged and validated the stories contained within these walls. The theater settled, groaning and sighing like an old friend preparing for slumber. When I eventually stood to depart, the voice had become a mere memory, a faint echo in my thoughts. Yet the theater felt altered, more vibrant, despite its abandonment. Making my way towards the exit, each footfall accompanied by the gentle protest of aged floorboards, I realized that certain places never truly empty themselves. They wait, holding their tails close, until someone arrives willing to listen. Even now, months later, I find myself drawn back to that theater during the twilight hours. The voice persists, sometimes a whisper, a gentle nudge reminding me that behind every curtain and beneath every layer of dust lies stories yearning to be heard by those who take the time to listen. The theater endures as a sanctuary where the boundary between past and present blurs, and where memories waltz like dust motes in the moonlight, forever preserved in the gentle echoes of that enigmatic voice. Story 16. In a forgotten nook of an overlooked library, I stumbled upon a fragile manuscript with its aged pages teeming with enigmatic annotations. Each tiny note, scripted in an unfamiliar hand, hinted at a hidden tale waiting to be unraveled. The musty scent of ancient paper and ink wafted through the air, creating an atmosphere of intrigue that beckoned me to delve into the concealed lore woven within. As I gingerly turned the brittle pages, the leather binding murmured softly beneath my touch, carrying with it echoes of bygone eras and accumulated dust. While the main text appeared to be a scholarly discourse on medieval legends, it was the footnotes that whispered a different narrative altogether. Initially, these annotations seemed mundane, filled with scholarly references and brief explanations. Yet with each progression through the manuscript, the notes underwent a transformation. The script in the margins grew urgent, the ink seeping deeper into the yellowed paper. Academic citations gave way to personal musings, then to what seemed like intimate diary entries. The unknown annotator spoke of eerie echoes in silent corridors, of shadows dancing in defiance of light, of murmurs resonating in empty spaces. Lost in the enchantment of these enigmatic writings, I found myself drawn to spend endless hours in that secluded corner of the library, surrounded by towering shelves that seemed to lean in as if listening to my every breath. The soft glow of the desk lamp bathed the pages in a golden light, while the shadows between the bookcases loomed dark and mysterious. With the approaching dusk, the shadows stretched and crept across the floor like inky tendrils. One footnote in particular seized my attention. It alluded to a sequence of numbers resembling dates, yet following a calendar unfamiliar to me. Beneath them, in a slightly trembling hand, were inscribed the words, "The patterns reveal themselves only in darkness. They speak of the realms between seconds, in the voids where time folds upon itself." As I pondered over these cryptic messages, I began to notice peculiar occurrences in my own life. Books would materialize on my desk without my intervention. The library layout would shift when my back was turned, guiding me back to the manuscript no matter the path I took. The rustle of pages turning would echo through the air, even when the book lay closed before me. The footnotes grew more personal, as if the annotator was aware they were communicating with a future reader with me. They hinted at a dawning realization, a gradual comprehension that the manuscript transcended mere paper and ink. The annotations had become a conduit, spanning not just pages but time itself, perhaps spanning centuries. As I delved deeper into the mystifying marginalia, time seemed to lose its grip on me. The rhythmic ticking of the library clock slowed to a halt, and the quality of light remained unchanged, as if the sun had paused in its celestial journey. Enveloped in a soft twilight that never quite descended into darkness, I became entranced by the intricate patterns revealed in the footnotes, each reference linking to another in a delicate tapestry of meaning. They spoke of ancient civilizations that had unlocked the secrets to bending time, of scholars who had deciphered the spaces between words, of libraries existing across multiple epochs simultaneously. Approaching the final pages, the annotations took on a reflective, serene quality. The frenetic energy of earlier notes had transformed into a calm acceptance. The last footnote simply stated, "To grasp time, one must first step beyond it. You, the reader of these words, you have embarked on that journey." When I lifted my gaze from the manuscript, I sensed a shift in the very essence of the silence enveloping me. It felt profound, resonant, as if the air itself hummed with untold narratives. The shadows amidst the shelves no longer seemed vacant, but alive with subtle motion, akin to curtains swaying in an unseen breeze. Now I find myself at the library daily, though the boundaries of arrival and departure blur into obscurity. The manuscript remains in its original spot, yet its contents morph and evolve with each perusal. Sometimes, fleeting images of other readers flicker at the periphery of my vision, scholars from diverse epochs, all drawn to the same enigmatic footnotes. We communicate without words through ethereal echoes in the recesses of my mind. The true essence of the manuscript eludes me, but I have come to realize that certain mysteries are meant to be experienced rather than solved. Amidst the quietude between the shelves, amidst the soft whispers of ancient pages, I have unearthed a different kind of wisdom, one that resides in the interstices between the known and the unknown. I continue to read, and the footnotes persist in guiding me through their labyrinthine revelations. Perhaps one day you too will chance upon this manuscript, and when you do, remember that the most profound mysteries are those that transform us not through answers, but through the gentle embrace of curiosity. Story 17. In a hidden courtyard, I ascended a set of worn stone steps, my eyes drawn to an enigmatic symbol deeply etched into the ancient surface. Bathed in a faint glow from the filtered light above, the symbol beckoned me with a quiet intrigue, its presence mingling with the earthy scent of moss and thyme. Captivated, I paused, feeling as if the symbol held the key to a long-lost secret veiled by the ages. Its intricate design, a dance of swirls and lines, seemed to shift and sway with a whispered mystery as I gazed at it from different angles. Kneeling down, the stone beneath my touch radiated an unexpected warmth, a sharp contrast to the cool autumn air enveloping me. A soft breeze caressed the courtyard, carrying the fragrant essence of late blooms and aging leaves, adding to the enchantment of the moment. Evening after evening, I found myself drawn back to those steps where the fading sunlight played tricks on the symbol, making it pulse with a subtle inner light. The more I studied it, the more peculiar details of the courtyard revealed themselves to me. The ivy along the walls shied away from the marked step, leaving a perfect circle of bare stone untouched. And on hushed nights, a distant hum seemed to emanate from beneath, a melody of secrets long kept. One day, armed with a sketchbook, I attempted to capture the symbol's essence on paper. As my hand traced its enigmatic lines, a strange certainty guided my movements, unveiling hidden details and markings that formed cryptic words in an unfamiliar script. Returning the next day, I was startled to find the markings had shifted, as if the symbol itself held a life of its own, a living puzzle in the courtyard. With each passing day, as winter approached and daylight waned, I timed my visits to coincide with the setting sun. In the golden hour's embrace, a revelation awaited me. The symbol cast a shadow that pointed to a concealed alcove where more mysterious marks lay hidden, interconnected yet distinct. Even as frost blanketed the courtyard, the symbol resisted the icy chill, remaining untouched by winter's grasp. In the quiet of night, dreams wove stories of the symbol, of doorways and passages leading to forgotten realms. These dreams, though shrouded in mystery, left a lingering peace in their wake, and in my waking hours, a melody hummed at the edge of my thoughts, a tune that spoke of ancient whispers and unseen horizons. On a twilight evening, a silver-haired woman graced the courtyard, her presence as ethereal as the fading light. Without words, she traced the symbol, stirring the air with a familiar hum that resonated deep within me. And as swiftly as she had appeared, she vanished, leaving behind a smooth stone that bore a miniature version of the symbol. Carrying the stone as a silent companion, I returned to the steps day after day, drawn by the symbol's enigma. Its mystery remained unsolved, yet I found solace in the understanding that some secrets are not meant to be unraveled but embraced. The symbol became a portal to contemplation, a silent teacher reminding me of the unseen wonders that dwell beneath the surface of the everyday. In the quiet threshold between day and night, a melody lingers in the air, a melody that echoes the old woman's presence and the symbol's timeless allure. Though the purpose of the symbol eludes me, a tranquil acceptance settles within, a gentle acknowledgement that mysteries need not be solved to be cherished. And so I continue to visit the steps, the symbol's silent guardian, carrying with me the wisdom of the courtyard's whispered secrets, ever waiting for those who pause to listen. Story 18. In a misty evening's embrace, I wandered down a creaking pier extending into a bay veiled by fog. Amid the soothing lull of waves and the distant calls of seabirds, a mysterious melody unfolded, a hidden symphony orchestrated by the wind and water. The sea's salty essence mingled with the aged aroma of weathered wood, enveloping the pier in a serene ambience, setting the stage for nature's enigmatic concert. As I ventured farther along the worn planks, the fog wrapped around me like a soft, gray shroud. Each step elicited a gentle groan from the aged boards beneath me, blending with the ethereal music resonating from unseen sources. The haunting yet calming melody, akin to a forgotten lullaby played on invisible strings, filled the air with its enchanting presence. The lanterns adorning the pier cast warm pools of amber light through the mist, forming swaying halos that danced with the evening breeze. In their dim glow, a peculiar sight caught my eye. The railings seemed to vibrate ever so subtly, as if in harmony with the mysterious music. Placing my hand on the smooth, salt-kissed wood, I felt a faint tremor, like a reverberation from a struck tuning fork. Here, time seemed to flow differently, the outside world muffled by the encompassing mist. As I delved deeper into the haze, the symphony evolved, adding layers of harmonies, the whisper of wind through unseen crevices, the rhythmic beat of water against the pilings, and a sound akin to distant voices singing in perfect unison. At the pier's end loomed an ancient gazebo, its Victorian architecture barely visible through the swirling fog, its weathered dome rising like a phantom ship from the mist. Drawing closer, the mysterious music swelled to a gentle crescendo. The gazebo's ornate railings seemed to function as organ pipes, each hollow post contributing its note to the ethereal composition. Inside, intricate patterns adorned the wooden ceiling, spirals and waves dancing in the shifting lantern light. A weathered brass plaque, barely legible, caught my attention, bearing the fading words "in memory of the symphony" and a date from a bygone era. The gentle music continued its enchanting melody as I settled on an old wooden bench within the gazebo. The mist twirled around me in harmony with the music, conjuring shapes that seemed to sway in a spectral dance. Slightly swaying, I found myself immersed in the tranquil rhythm of this inexplicable performance. As night descended, the air, surprisingly warm, enveloped me like a gentle embrace. The lantern light pulsed softly, matching the tempo of the mysterious song, illuminating the carved patterns above in a mesmerizing interplay of light and shadow. In this twilight realm between wakefulness and dreams, I realized that the pier was a grand instrument, a weathered musical creation played by nature's unseen hands. Each board, each railing, each post had been meticulously positioned not just for utility, but for the symphony they would collectively produce when touched by wind and wave. The plaque's faded inscription took on newfound significance. Perhaps this pier was more than a mere docking point for ships. It was a homage to something or someone long forgotten, its nightly symphony a tribute in music rather than stone. As I prepared to depart, the melody lingered, fading with each step but never truly vanishing. The mist parted slightly, guiding me back to shore along a gentle path. Even on solid ground, the echo of that strange music resonated within me like a half-remembered reverie. On misty evenings since I've returned to that pier, yet the symphony never plays the same way twice. It shifts with the weather, the tides, and perhaps even the listeners themselves. It remains a mystery best left unsolved, a gentle reminder that life's most beautiful moments are often the ones beyond full explanation. Left with a lingering query, I pondered, was I witnessing a natural marvel, an acoustic anomaly crafted by wind and architecture? Or had I stumbled upon something extraordinary, a piece of history preserved not in photographs or writings, but in the everlasting notes of an endless symphony conducted by the sea itself? Story 19. Late one night, I found myself drawn into a forgotten cinema, its marquee a whisper of a time long past. The darkened theater welcomed me with the flickering of a solitary projector, casting ghostly images upon the worn screen. The air was thick with the scent of popcorn and memories, a silent tale of dreams and heartaches lingering in every corner. Seating myself in the back row, the old velvet chairs creaked beneath me, urging me to listen to the story the abandoned palace had to tell. The gentle whirring of the projector wove a hypnotic melody, like a lullaby echoing through the ages. Dust particles danced in the light, forming patterns that hinted at secrets just beyond reach. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, shadows danced at the edges of my vision, moving like whispers in the night. The screen displayed scenes from a bygone era, black and white images that felt intimate, as if I were peering into someone's most private memories. A woman in a vintage dress appeared in each frame, her face a mystery, her purpose elusive. She moved through different settings: a garden party, a dimly lit restaurant, a rainy street, her search palpable yet enigmatic. Whispers brushed past me, carrying words I strained to hear. The room's temperature shifted, creating a dance of warmth and coolness around me, a ghostly presence lingering in the air. As the film played on, I noticed discrepancies: a dress changing color, scenes repeating with subtle alterations. The soundtrack whispered breaths and sighs, a haunting accompaniment to the unfolding mystery. The woman on the screen mirrored my movements, a ghostly reflection of my own presence in the theater. A scent of jasmine filled the air, mingling with the musty theater smells, evoking a deep melancholy that tugged at my heart. The fragrance carried with it a sense of longing, a melody of sorrow that resonated within me. The projection shifted, revealing the theater as it once was, a full audience with one empty seat and the mysterious woman scattered among the crowd. My fingers stumbled upon a diary hidden in the seat, its pages filled with entries chronicling visits to the cinema, all ending with the same cryptic line about seeking the perfect ending. The handwriting evolved over the years, a trail of a soul searching for closure. The final entry, aged beyond its years, hinted at an interrupted quest or a final discovery. As the film neared its end, the woman turned towards the camera, only to be engulfed by static, leaving me in darkness. The projector clicked off, and in the dim glow of the exit signs, I felt a presence beside me, a fleeting touch and a scent of jasmine fading into the night. In the lobby, I glanced back at the empty auditorium, catching a glimpse of the woman in her vintage dress, a silent farewell in her gesture. And as I left the cinema, I carried with me the weight of unseen eyes watching, waiting for another soul to understand the beauty of unfinished stories. Years later, the scent of jasmine still lingers in the air when I watch old films, a reminder of the night I shared with a ghostly presence seeking resolution in the darkness. And in those moments, I feel the echo of a story left untold, waiting for someone to bear witness to its bittersweet beauty. Story 20. Amidst a sudden downpour on an otherwise ordinary night, I sought refuge under an awning to evade the rain's embrace. The droplets drummed a rhythmic beat on the pavement, but amidst the storm's symphony, a soft, urgent whisper reached my ears. The cool, damp air carried the scent of fresh rain and distant thunder, hinting at hidden secrets waiting to be unveiled. Mesmerized by the rain's dance, I heard the whisper once more, clearer this time, as if a voice lingered just behind me. Turning, I found only emptiness and the encroaching darkness of dusk. The street lamps flickered to life, casting a gentle glow that formed halos in the misty air. The voice beckoned me towards a narrow alley between weathered brick buildings. Normally, I would have dismissed such a call, but this evening felt different. The whisper held no malice, only a gentle insistence reminiscent of my grandmother's bedtime tales. Stepping cautiously into the alley, the rain softened to a gentle mist, caressing my skin. The warmth of the brick walls, despite the cool night, seemed to radiate memories of past summers. My footsteps echoed softly in the shallow puddles, creating mesmerizing patterns in the reflected light above. The alley opened into a secluded courtyard, shielded from prying eyes by the surrounding buildings. At its heart stood an ancient fountain, its weathered stone glistening with raindrops. Water cascaded from its spout in a melodic harmony with the rain, creating a tranquil symphony. The whisper, now stronger, seemed to emanate from the very core of the fountain, drawing me closer. Clusters of small blue flowers encircled the fountain's base, their ethereal glow pulsing in time with the falling water. These flowers, ancient yet newly bloomed, captivated me with their mystical aura. Kneeling beside the fountain, I felt a sense of familiarity wash over me. Faint markings adorned the stone, shifting beneath my touch like elusive secrets written in water. The whisper evolved into coherent words, speaking of memories, promises, and the eternal cycles of time. It narrated tales of past visitors drawn to this hidden place by the same gentle call on rainy nights. As I gazed into the fountain's pool, reflections materialized glimpses of bygone eras and lives intertwining with my own. The blue flowers continued their gentle pulsing, casting shadows that danced across the courtyard walls. Time here flowed like honey, sweet and unhurried. The whispers, now a soothing lullaby, wrapped me in a comforting embrace. The rain persisted, forming a curtain that separated this sanctuary from the outside world. When I rose to depart, a single blue flower detached itself and rested in my palm, its glow subdued yet enduringly beautiful. The whispers waned as I retraced my steps through the alley, but their warmth lingered like a fond memory. Emerging onto the street, the rain had ceased, yet the air remained pregnant with moisture. The street lamps bathed the wet pavement in their familiar light, and life resumed its usual cadence. But within me, I knew a profound change had taken root, a mark left by the gentle enigma of the hidden courtyard. On rainy evenings since, a faint echo of those whispers drifts on the wind. The blue flower now rests on my windowsill, outwardly ordinary to the casual observer. Yet in the stillness of night, it pulses with a soft light, a reminder of promises whispered in the rain. Mysteries linger just beyond our perception, waiting patiently to be discovered by those attuned to the whispers in the storm. Story 21. On a chilly, misty evening, I sought refuge at a forgotten bus stop hidden on a quiet street. Beneath the feeble glow of a single streetlight, a soft, rhythmic murmur began to seep from the surrounding shadows. The mingled scents of rain-kissed concrete and moist leaves imbued the sound with a haunting closeness, hinting at a secret lament of the night. The gentle tap of raindrops on the metal roof provided a soothing accompaniment to my solitude. Nestling onto the aged wooden bench, smoothed by years of patient waiting, I noticed the weathered schedule board, barely readable beneath layers of time and neglect, whispering tales of routes long abandoned. My breath formed wispy clouds in the crisp air as I tuned into the mysterious murmur gradually growing clearer. Initially, I mistook it for the wind playing through the rusted shelter frame or the distant traffic's hum. Yet there was a deliberate quality to its rhythm, akin to a conversation held just beneath comprehension's surface. The sound carried shards of words, incomplete phrases that danced at the edge of understanding. The flickering streetlight above me cast fleeting shadows that seemed to move with a peculiar intent, revealing an oddity about the bench where I sat. Intricate patterns resembling numbers or dates had been meticulously carved into the wood, visible only under the right light angle. As my fingers traced these enigmatic markings, the murmur shifted its source. It no longer seemed to emanate from the shadows, but from the bench itself, resonating through the wood and into my very bones. The sensation wasn't alarming, but rather strangely comforting, like a lullaby in an unfamiliar tongue. Each number I touched altered the sound's pitch and cadence ever so subtly. The rain continued its gentle symphony, and I found myself swaying imperceptibly to the peculiar harmony of water and whispers. The air thickened with an unexplainable warmth despite the autumn chill, carrying hints of summer flowers and sun-soaked wood. It felt as though the bus stop existed in its own time bubble, where seasons and memories intertwined in a mysterious blend. My watch had ceased, its hands frozen between numbers at an improbable angle. Instead of unsettling me, this detail felt like a natural part of the enigmatic encounter. The boundaries between reality and dream began to blur, soft as moth wings brushing against my consciousness. The murmur evolved into a structured yet indecipherable hum, reminiscent of multiple overlapping conversations in a crowded room, each voice seeming to belong to the same person across different time fragments. Closing my eyes, I allowed the whispers to envelop me like gentle waves. In this state of peaceful awareness, visions materialized in my mind, glimpses of past passengers waiting, each leaving their invisible mark on the humble shelter. Their stories seemed to seep from the very walls, carried by the mysterious murmur that had embraced me. An elderly woman with gentle eyes clutching a letter to her chest. A young man in an outdated uniform checking his watch with nervous anticipation. A child in a yellow raincoat drawing patterns on the misted glass. Each vision felt as tangible as my own presence, yet as delicate as morning mist. The streetlight's glow took on a liquid quality, pooling around my feet in mesmerizing patterns. The carved numbers on the bench emitted a faint glow, creating intricate designs that danced across my skin. Time flowed differently in this space, like honey dripping slowly from a spoon. Upon opening my eyes, I realized the rain had ceased, though I couldn't recall when. The murmur had softened to a barely audible hum, lingering like the afterglow of a dream. The air retained its peculiar warmth, and the carved numbers continued their gentle glow, but a shift had occurred in the atmosphere. Rising from the bench, I felt changed, as if initiated into a shared secret with all who had waited there before me. Though the mysterious murmur revealed no clear message, I felt enriched by its presence, touched by something ancient yet eternally new. As I readied to depart, my reflection in the rain-streaked shelter glass briefly merged with the ghostly images of past passengers, our features blending in the dim light. Reaching out to touch the cool surface, the murmur rose once more, a fleeting farewell embrace. Walking away from the bus stop, I carried an unshakable sense of having encountered something profound yet indescribable. The murmur may have faded, but its echo lingered, a gentle reminder that some mysteries are meant to be experienced and cherished in their beautiful uncertainty. Story 22. Amidst a sudden downpour on a serene night, I ventured outside to retrieve my umbrella, only to spot a trail of muddy footprints meandering away from my doorstep. The rain's gentle cadence on the pavement and the coolness of the damp air carried an enigmatic aura, an unspoken guest whose silent passage left me both intrigued and unsettled. Under the shelter of the porch light, I observed as raindrops delicately blurred the outlines of each footprint, morphing them into soft, undefined shapes against the wet concrete. The rain descended in tranquil waves, generating a comforting white noise that seemed to cleanse away the usual evening sounds. My breath formed tiny clouds in the crisp air as I pondered the mysterious marks before me. The footprints were peculiar, not quite matching the size or shape of any shoes I owned, yet strangely familiar. They seemed to have been crafted by someone walking with deliberate precision, each step imbued with intent. What captivated me most was their slight shimmer in the dim light, as if holding minuscule specks of reflected moonlight. Intrigued, I found myself tracing the trail, pulled forward by an inexplicable curiosity. My own footsteps whispered against the wet ground as I advanced, accompanied by the soft patter of rain on my coat. The air carried the earthy scent of wet soil and something more, a faint, sweet fragrance reminiscent of old books and dried flowers. The path guided me through my garden, where droplets adorned leaves and petals like strands of delicate pearls. My night-blooming jasmine had unfurled its blossoms, releasing its otherworldly perfume into the misty air. The footprints weaved between the plants with uncanny precision, never disturbing a single stem or leaf. It was as though the creator of these prints knew precisely where to tread. As I followed the trail, I noticed an oddity about the raindrops surrounding the footprints. They appeared to pause for a fraction of a second before reaching the ground, forming tiny, fleeting spheres of suspended water. The effect was subtle, almost imperceptible, requiring keen attention to notice. The garden path unveiled a small clearing where I often sat to witness the sunset. Here the footprints shaped a flawless circle, as if their maker had stood rotating slowly in place. Within this circle, the grass seemed subtly altered, more silvery, perhaps, or somehow more vibrant. Each blade swayed in an unseen breeze. Kneeling down to inspect the grass, I ran my fingers over the ethereal stems. They felt cool to the touch and seemed to thrum with a gentle vibration that traveled up my fingertips. The rain maintained its rhythmic beat, yet within the circle, each drop appeared to sing a nearly inaudible note as it descended. Rising gradually, I noticed the footprints extended beyond the circle, but they had changed. Now fainter, barely discernible against the dark earth, as though their creator had gradually diminished in substance. The peculiar, sweet scent I had detected earlier intensified here, mingling with the rain-drenched air in a manner that instilled a peculiar sense of tranquility. Pursuing this fainter trail led me to the ancient oak tree at the boundary of my property. Its colossal branches reached skyward like protective arms, their leaves murmuring secrets in the rain. The footprints terminated at the tree's base, or perhaps they continued up its trunk amidst the dim light and rain, distinguishing where the marks ended and the natural patterns of the bark commenced proved impossible. Pressing my palm against the oak's damp bark, I sensed the same subtle vibration I had felt in the grassy circle. The tree pulsated with a gentle energy, akin to a slumbering heart beating in slow motion. Rivulets of water meandered down its trunk, shaping and reshaping patterns that almost resembled written words, though they dissolved before I could decipher them. Standing there in the rain, I became aware of a profound shift in the atmosphere. The air hummed with a gentle electricity, akin to the moment preceding a rainbow's emergence. The raindrops now cascaded in intricate patterns, crafting a dance of light and shadow that synchronized with an unheard melody. Though my silent visitor eluded my sight that night, their presence had metamorphosed my familiar garden into something enchanting and unfamiliar. Even upon my return indoors, shaking raindrops from my coat, I could sense the lingering whispers of their passage in the surrounding air. The sweet, peculiar scent clung to my garments for days, and occasionally during rainfall I catch fleeting traces of it. Now on tranquil rainy nights, I often feel compelled to venture outside, yearning to uncover new footprints traversing my garden. While I have yet to encounter them again, a shift has occurred in the way rain descends, in how my garden flourishes, in how the aged oak tree sways in the breeze. My enigmatic visitor left behind more than mere footprints. They bestowed upon me a gentle enigma that continues to unfurl with each falling raindrop. As I pen this by lamplight, observing another storm approach, I ponder if perhaps the visitor did not merely pass through, but instead left a fragment of themselves intertwined with the essence of this place. Occasionally, as I drift into slumber with the rain softly tapping against my window, I swear I discern distant footsteps moving in perfect harmony with the raindrops, as though someone is still wandering through my garden, leaving no trace but their ethereal presence. Story 23. In the depths of my attic, amidst forgotten relics and dusty memories, I stumbled upon an ancient radio. A relic of a bygone era, its dial worn and its speakers long silent, until one fateful night when it crackled to life, breaking the stillness with whispers from another time. Amongst the static, faint voices and melodies drifted like specters, carrying the weight of forgotten dreams and rusted memories. Drawn by an unseen force, I found myself returning to the attic night after night. The space held a peculiar charm, with moonlight casting delicate patterns through the window, illuminating swirling dust motes suspended in the air. Each step upon the creaking floorboards led me to the corner where the radio sat on an old oak table, its once gleaming surface now dulled by the passage of years. As twilight painted the sky in hues of soft watercolors, a ritual unfolded. I would settle into the worn leather armchair beside the radio, its brass dial a portal to another world. With a simple turn, the vacuum tubes would flicker to life, casting a warm amber glow that bathed the room in a nostalgic light. And then I would wait. Some nights only the gentle hiss of static filled the air, a reminder of the world's quiet whispers. But on certain evenings, when the air crackled with anticipation, the radio would come alive. Music like a slow unveiling emerged from the void, each note a delicate thread weaving through the tapestry of the night. Waltzes danced on unseen breezes, jazz pieces murmured of a past shrouded in smoke and shadows, and voices sang in tongues unknown yet strangely familiar. One crisp autumn evening, as the wind whispered through the trees, the radio's broadcast shifted. Amidst the melodies, soft words floated into the room, echoing with a haunting clarity. Remember the garden, remember the dance, remember the promise. A voice, ethereal and ageless, spoke truths that resonated deep within my soul. Captivated by these spectral transmissions, I began to keep a journal, documenting each mysterious visitation. The pages filled with descriptions of songs that mirrored my thoughts and voices that spoke of lives unlived but deeply felt. The radio seemed to peer into the recesses of my being, unraveling secrets long buried beneath layers of time. With the arrival of winter, the attic grew colder, but the radio's warmth sustained me. Lost in its melodies, I would drift into slumber, the music seeping into my dreams like a gentle caress. In those fleeting moments between wakefulness and sleep, shadowy figures danced at the edges of my consciousness, their forms as ephemeral as smoke in the night. The apex of this mysterious dance arrived on a night cloaked in snowfall, where the world outside lay hushed in a blanket of white. The radio's voice, soft yet insistent, spoke of my childhood memories with a clarity that defied logic. Instead of fear, a profound calm settled over me, as if I were being guided back to my true essence. As time passed, subtle shifts began to permeate my existence. Colors bloomed with newfound intensity, memories sparkled with vivid clarity, and dreams whispered truths untold. The radio's influence transcended its physical form, awakening dormant parts of my being with each ethereal melody. Some nights, as the radio fell silent, I pondered the mysteries of existence. How many layers of reality coexist beyond our perception? How many unseen frequencies hum in the tapestry of life, waiting to be heard? I refrained from dissecting the radio, sensing that its magic lay not in its wires and tubes, but in the intangible spaces between worlds. It was a conduit, a bridge to realms unseen yet deeply felt, a mirror reflecting the hidden facets of my own soul. Now, as I pen these words, the radio continues its nightly serenade. Its enigmatic whispers remain a riddle unsolved, yet in their cryptic messages, I find a profound truth that transcends the confines of reason. The warm glow of the vacuum tubes has become my beacon in the night, and the soft crackle of its speaker, a lullaby to my restless mind. In the quiet interludes between songs, I wonder if somewhere in the vast expanse of the night, another soul listens to their own mysterious radio, their story intertwined with mine in an eternal dance of sound and memory. And as sleep claims me, I drift into dreams, carried on waves of music that bind us all in a symphony of whispers, echoing through the stillness of the night. Story 24. In the deep of night, cruising down a lonesome stretch of highway, my gaze was drawn to an ancient radio tower silhouetted against the moon's soft glow. Passing by, my car's radio crackled with static, a mysterious signal cutting through the air with a rhythmic pulse that seemed to carry a hidden message. The night breeze carried a hint of metal and distant storms, enveloping me in a sense that the tower whispered secrets from a long-forgotten era. Compelled by an inexplicable curiosity, I pulled over, the hum of my car's engine fading to a hush as I turned the key. Only the rustling of tall grass and the rhythmic static from the radio remained, the signal now clearer, its pattern of long and short bursts akin to Morse code but subtly different. The tower, a stoic figure against the indigo sky, its warning lights extinguished, bore the marks of time with intricate rust patterns that almost seemed intentional in their design. Watching as clouds drifted lazily across the moon, casting shifting shadows that made the tower sway imperceptibly, a familiarity crept into the signal's rhythm, like a half-remembered melody from childhood. Closing my eyes, I let the sound wash over me, straining to place where I had encountered it before. The static ebbed and flowed like gentle waves, carrying whispers of possible words just beyond comprehension. Attempting to capture the strange broadcast on my phone, I found it unresponsive, the screen dark despite being fully charged. The air grew heavy with anticipation, a light mist forming and embracing the tower's base like a gentle shroud. Enthralled by the cadence of the signal, memories not entirely my own surfaced, visions of people in a control room, urgently discussing something of great importance, something they sought to safeguard. The mist thickened, veiling the tower in a ghostly silhouette, the signal's pattern shifting subtly, revealing morsels of its message. Numbers, dates, scientific data, and coordinates floated through my mind, a cryptic puzzle encoded in the endless broadcast. Time seemed to lose meaning as I sat enveloped in sound and mist, the temperature dropping slightly, yet I remained rooted in place. A soft glow emerged from the tower's base, pulsing in harmony with the signal, casting a warm amber light that danced through the fog, mesmerizing me with its hypnotic display. As I watched, my eyelids grew heavy, the signal evolving into a melodic rhythm akin to a lullaby. I realized the memories transmitted were deliberate, preserved in the loop of static and silence. With the approaching dawn, the mist dissipated, the signal fading gradually, leaving the tower silent once more, its enigmatic secrets shrouded in rust and time. My phone sprang to life, revealing missed calls from concerned loved ones, the pastel hues of sunrise painting the sky, blurring the night's events into a dreamlike memory. Resuming my journey on the empty highway, a shift had occurred within me. The signal's rhythm lingered, humming beneath the surface of my thoughts, a melody I knew I would return to decipher further. Some frequencies, once attuned to, become a part of us, a clandestine connection to a greater unknown. Even now, on tranquil nights with the wind's whisper, I catch fleeting echoes of that signal in the radio static, a reminder that mysteries persist, waiting for attentive souls to pause and listen. The tower stands as a tribute to those who came before, their message encrypted in ceaseless waves of static, patiently awaiting the right interpreter to unveil its significance. Story 25. In a rare moment, I found myself within the crumbling embrace of an empty theater. Settling into a seat in the dimly lit auditorium, a profound silence enveloped the space, broken only by a faint, almost elusive laughter that seemed to drift through the aisles. The sound intertwined with the lingering aroma of aged velvet curtains and decaying props, as if the theater, now a mere shell of its former glory, still held on to whispers of applause and merriment, now faded into ghostly echoes. My presence in this forgotten place was driven by a yearning for inspiration in my writing, lured by whispers of the peculiar ambience that cloaked the building. The weighty wooden doors had groaned open at my touch, beckoning me into a realm suspended between memories of bygone days and the present moment. Dust motes pirouetted in wisps of light filtering through lofty windows, crafting ethereal patterns that danced and swayed like spectral performers on an unseen stage. Despite their faded grandeur, the red velvet seats exuded a timeless elegance. Tracing my fingers along their weathered fabric, I could sense the narratives woven into their very fibers, a tapestry of countless evenings filled with entertainment, romance, and wonder. The air carried a faint sweetness beneath its musty cloak, reminiscent of ancient perfumes and theatrical powders, akin to the lingering essence of performers long departed. As my eyes acclimated to the muted glow, subtle movements flickered at the edges of my vision. The heavy curtains on the stage would occasionally ruffle, devoid of any discernible breeze. The soft rustle of fabric was accompanied by delicate footsteps that traversed the stage, their rhythm harmonizing with the cadence of a forgotten dance. In the hush, more sounds emerged, the gentle creak of floorboards, as if unseen actors were taking their places, and the hushed whisper of pages turning, akin to an invisible prompter rehearsing a script. These sounds did not instill fear, but rather offered solace, like being swathed in a shroud of memories. Time itself seemed to warp within these walls. Minutes elongated into hours as I remained motionless, absorbing the theater's serene symphony. The afternoon light waned, casting elongated shadows over the vacant seats. These shadows seemed to morph silhouettes of an attentive audience, their contours hinting at elegant attire and meticulously styled hair. The laughter that had resonated earlier returned, now accompanied by what resembled muted applause. It felt distant yet intimate, akin to a faint playback at the lowest volume setting. I closed my eyes, allowing the sounds to envelop me. Upon reopening them, I could have sworn I glimpsed the flutter of a dress vanishing behind a column, the fabric catching a glimmer of light before dissipating. As evening descended, the theater stirred with a newfound vitality. The ambient temperature fluctuated unexpectedly, pockets of warmth succeeded by cool drafts, as if unseen figures were traversing the space. The stage lights, dormant for years, exuded a faint, ethereal luminescence, barely perceptible yet undeniably present. I felt drawn towards the stage. Each wooden step groaned beneath my weight as I ascended, the echoes reverberating through the vacant expanse. Standing at center stage, facing the sea of unoccupied seats, they seemed anything but empty. Anticipation hung in the air, akin to an audience holding its breath before the commencement of a performance. From this vantage, previously overlooked details came into focus: scattered trinkets in the wings, a tarnished hand mirror, a lone glove, an aged script with yellowed, curling pages, all arranged as if their owners had momentarily stepped away. Though dulled with age, the mirror occasionally reflected fleeting images, momentary movements, splashes of color, vanishing before I could fixate on them. When I finally spoke, my voice emerged as a mere whisper. "Is anyone there?" The words lingered in the air, absorbed by the darkness beyond the stage. The reply was not immediate, but rather a gradual amalgamation of subtle sounds: the whisper of fabric, distant murmurs, the gentle tap of footsteps, weaving together like a symphony building towards its climax. In that moment, I comprehended that the theater was not devoid of life. It teemed with echoes, not solely of sound, but of instants, sentiments, and encounters. Every performance, every chuckle, every tear shed in response to a poignant scene had etched its imprint, forming layers of memory that had somehow solidified in the stillness. The laughter I had heard was not malevolent or derisive. It was jubilant, appreciative, a testament to genuine amusement and enchantment. It felt as though the theater itself had absorbed these fragments of joy, occasionally releasing them back into our world, akin to notes from a self-playing music box. As nightfall encroached, I sensed it was time to depart. Retracing my steps through the aisles, I encountered a gentle resistance, as if the theater yearned to detain me a while longer. The exit appeared more distant than recollection served, the path meandering through pools of shadow previously unseen. Upon reaching the threshold, I cast one final glance backward. In that fleeting instance, I envisioned the theater in its prime seats brimming with shadowy figures, stage lights radiating warmth, curtains quivering with anticipation. Yet as swiftly as it materialized, it dissipated, leaving behind the familiar void. Stepping outside, I realized empty was an inadequate descriptor. The theater was replete, brimming with narratives, with recollections, with instants encapsulated in time. Occasionally, if one listens attentively, these narratives resurface, an eternal performance for a solitary spectator. The laughter I had heard lingered within me, a reminder that certain places are never truly forsaken. They merely bide their time, amassing memories until an individual arrives who discerns how to hearken to the echoes of joy that linger in the shadows. Story 26. In a forgotten workshop, abandoned by time, I stumbled upon a broken clock. Its exposed gears whispered tales of lost hours, its face forever frozen in a moment long past. As I observed the erratic dance of its hands, the air hung heavy with the scent of oil and rust, each breath a step back into history. The workshop beckoned me on an autumn eve, its creaking door ajar, a portal to a world frozen in time. Moonbeams filtered through dusty windows, casting ethereal shadows over worn workbenches that bore the marks of skilled hands now gone. The aged wooden floor murmured beneath my feet, releasing the essence of pine and ancient artistry with each soft footfall. Timepieces of all kinds adorned the shelves, grandfather clocks standing sentinel, pocket watches nestled in forgotten drawers, their stories locked away in gold and silver. Yet it was the mantel clock that ensnared my gaze, a delicate brass face marred by a web-like crack in its crystal. Nestled in the craftsman's chair, I noticed a peculiar anomaly in the broken timepiece. Despite its power source severed, the second hand twitched sporadically, defying the stillness that surrounded it. a subtle movement, almost imperceptible, yet captivating in its defiance of time's hold. My breath synchronized with these clandestine motions, drawing me closer to the intricate mechanism within. Tarnished brass gears gleamed with an otherworldly sheen, bearing cryptic symbols unfamiliar to my collector's eye. A gentle breeze carried the distant song of wind chimes, their delicate melody blending with the faint echo of clock bells. The air crackled with an unseen energy, raising goosebumps on my skin as I reached out to touch the warm metal of the clock's face. A strange warmth seeped from the clock, enveloping me in a cloak of foreign memories. Visions of the workshop's glory days flickered before my eyes, the sun's rays dancing on polished glass, the symphony of ticking timepieces, and the aged craftsman bent over his masterpiece. Symbols on the gears shifted and warped, forming patterns that whispered of diverging timelines and alternate realities. The workshop wavered before me, its solidity ebbing like a tide swayed by the broken clock's spell. Shadows played tricks, transparent figures moved in the periphery, ghostly echoes of lives intertwined with the workshop's essence. My hand remained fixed to the clock, a willing captive to its enchantment, embracing the foreign memories as they intertwined with my own. The warmth spread, filling me with a wordless understanding that transcended mortal comprehension. This was no ordinary timepiece, but a portal to the mysteries of time itself, crafted by a hand privy to secrets beyond human grasp. As night descended, a soft, ghostly ticking resonated from the clock, its mechanism dormant yet alive with spectral echoes. Transparent figures gained substance, their movements fluid and purposeful. Among them, the old craftsman met my gaze across the chasm of time, a fleeting connection in a realm unbound by the constraints of reality. The air crackled with metallic scents, the temperature fluctuated in a dance of warm and cool, and time itself wavered like a candle flame in a gentle breeze. The ticking faded into the distance, pulling at the threads of my perception, blurring the boundaries of past, present, and future. When I finally released my hand, the workshop returned to its silent slumber, but an irrevocable shift had occurred. The broken clock sat innocently before me, yet I sensed its pulse, a heartbeat of brass and possibility awaiting its next pilgrim. I returned to the workshop, a place lost to maps and memories, where I sit in the craftsman's chair, a silent observer of light and shadow dancing upon the fractured timepiece. And in those rare moments of serenity, I lay my hand upon its face, surrendering to the liminal space between heartbeats, where time unravels into a tapestry of infinite maybes. I never sought to mend the shattered clock, for in its brokenness lay a perfect imperfection, a gateway for magic to seep into our world. And in the hush of night, bathed in moonlight and reverie, I swear I hear it, the echo of ticking, counting the cadence of moments that never were and always shall be. Story 27. In the deep of night, I found myself standing at the threshold of an abandoned arcade, its neon signs flickering sporadically, casting fleeting shadows over dusty game machines. A subtle hum resonated from the darkness, blending with the silence that enveloped the space. The air carried the faint scent of stale popcorn and faded excitement, creating an atmosphere tinged with nostalgia and untold stories. Running my fingers along the curved plastic surfaces of the game cabinets, I felt the remnants of a bygone era beneath layers of dust. Each step I took left soft imprints on the carpet of gray powder covering the floor, adding to the quiet symphony of my presence. The sound of my breath intertwined with the low electrical hum, creating a strangely soothing rhythm that seemed to lull me further into the depths of the arcade. In the dim light, faded artwork adorned the machines, depicting fantastical worlds and characters now reduced to mere ghostly outlines. Some screens still flickered weakly, displaying fragmented images that danced like ethereal visions. Amidst the rows of games, one machine caught my eye, an old racing game with a weathered leather seat and a steering wheel that turned ever so slightly on its own. As I ventured deeper into the arcade, the temperature dropped noticeably, and the hum grew more melodic, resonating like a distant choir singing in harmony. I found myself swaying gently to its mysterious pulse, my movements synchronized with its enigmatic rhythm. The air felt heavy with possibility, as if the boundary between reality and imagination blurred within this forgotten place. Exploring a narrow hallway leading to a maintenance area, I passed vintage posters advertising games of yesteryears, each step causing the floorboards to whisper beneath my feet. The hum seemed to react to my presence, shifting in tone and intensity as I moved. At the end of the hallway, an old wooden door beckoned, its peeling paint resembling intricate circuit boards. The brass handle, warm to the touch, led me into a small room bathed in a soft blue glow. Arcade motherboards lined the walls, their LED lights blinking in patterns that hinted at hidden meanings. In the center, an ancient computer terminal emitted the humming sound, its screen alive with scrolling text blending game code with something deeper and ancient. Dust motes danced in the air to the rhythm of the pulsing waves emanating from the machine, enveloping me in a hypnotic trance. Seating myself in the creaking chair, I was drawn to the mesmerizing display before me. The text on the screen began to form patterns that teased at understanding, like echoes of a forgotten dream. My fingers moved across the yellowed keyboard, typing stories of worlds never seen, dreams long lost. The hum of the machine synchronized with my keystrokes, creating a harmonious duet between man and technology. Time lost its meaning in that room, the blue light seeping into my being, the humming reverberating in my very bones. I typed ancient tales, and the machine responded with its own narratives woven in code and static bursts that held profound significance. When I finally rose from the chair, the humming had become a part of me, the arcade no longer abandoned but alive with potential. Making my way through the arcade once more, I felt a connection with the machines, as if they whispered secrets in response to my touch. The racing game's steering wheel stood still, but the screen displayed a road stretching into infinity, bathed in a digital dawn. Exiting the arcade, I looked back one last time to witness the neon signs glowing steadily, the hum now a comforting purr, as if the arcade itself was dreaming contentedly. I knew then that I would return, drawn by the allure of the musical silence and the promise of new stories waiting to be uncovered. Stepping into the night, the subtle vibration of the humming lingered in my chest, a reminder of the mysterious symphony that played out in the deserted arcade. In the quiet hours before dawn, I still feel its call, the harmony of memory and enigma, forever echoing in the empty arcade. Story 28. On a tranquil night beneath a canopy of twinkling stars, I ventured into the heart of an ancient observatory nestled on the edge of a quiet town. Amidst the hushed whispers of dormant telescopes and faded star maps, my eyes fell upon a mesmerizing mural of eyes intricately carved into a weathered wall. The celestial expanse outside seemed to meld with a mysterious luminescence within, as a gentle breeze, tinged with the scent of ozone and aged parchment, whispered secrets of cosmic guardianship from a forgotten era. Upon crossing the threshold of the time-worn entrance, I felt time itself begin to slow its relentless march. My flashlight cast a soft glow, revealing weathered wooden floors that murmured softly under my steps, their ancient patterns flowing like frozen streams in the ethereal light. The air held a profound stillness, pregnant with the weight of countless nights spent gazing skyward. Venturing further into the circular chamber, my gaze was drawn to abandoned instruments of a bygone epoch. A colossal telescope, its once brilliant brass now tarnished by neglect, stood sentinel-like, forever pointing towards the heavens through the open dome above. Strewn about its base lay scattered papers adorned with intricate calculations in faded ink, a dance of mathematical symbols that seemed to whisper cryptic messages from distant epochs. The engraved eyes that had caught my attention earlier seemed to track my every move, not menacingly, but with a serene watchfulness, as if they had borne witness to celestial marvels throughout the eons. Some eyes were deeply etched into the stone, while others shimmered almost translucently, capturing and reflecting the starlight that filtered through the dome overhead. A gentle zephyr stirred the dust, coaxing lazy spirals that danced in the moon's silvery embrace. The fragrance of ancient tomes and metal mingled with an otherworldly scent reminiscent of meteor showers and the aurora borealis, weaving a tapestry of enigmatic allure. A particular corner beckoned me, where an antique desk stood covered in star charts from eras long past. As I perused the charts, a peculiar realization dawned upon me. The constellations depicted on the oldest parchments deviated subtly from their modern counterparts. Initially attributing this discrepancy to the paper's age, a pattern gradually emerged as I compared more charts. The stars seemed to have shifted imperceptibly, not in a manner dictated by astronomical laws, but as if the very firmament had quietly rearranged its celestial tableau. With soft sighs, the drawers of the desk yielded, revealing leather-bound journals filled with eloquent script. The entry spoke of watching eyes in the void and stellar patterns that breathe, their poetic musings accompanied by meticulous observations and calculations that hinted at truths beyond the grasp of mortal minds. A gentle warmth radiated from the ancient walls, despite the chill of the night, as if the stones themselves harbored a dormant vitality. Tracing my fingertips along the cool stone surface, I detected faint vibrations akin to a slumbering giant's heartbeat. The engraved eyes seemed to throb in unison, mirroring the rhythm, though whether it was a trick of shifting shadows or a cosmic symphony, I could not discern. Time flowed differently within that sanctum. Minutes stretched into languorous hours as I delved deeper, yet when I consulted my timepiece, only fleeting moments had elapsed. The dome above groaned and shifted sporadically, aligning itself with an unseen cosmic focal point without mechanical aid. In a journal entry penned decades prior, an intrepid astronomer chronicled the discovery of a celestial anomaly, a phenomenon defying conventional classification. This enigmatic entity appeared to observe Earth as keenly as Earth observed it, evoking a sense of profound reciprocity that transcended mere scientific curiosity. As the night deepened its embrace, a revelation began to dawn upon me. The observatory had not been forsaken, it had metamorphosed. The eyes etched into the walls were not mere adornments, but heralds of a metamorphosis. The edifice had evolved into a sentient instrument, a conduit bridging mortal stargazers with cosmic sentinels. Seating myself at the antique desk, I watched as constellations wheeled overhead through the celestial aperture. The carved eyes pulsed with cosmic cadence, and I felt myself harmonizing with their ancient vigilance. The demarcation between observer and observed, between witness and watched, blurred and dissolved with each passing moment. As dawn tiptoed closer, a sense of transformation enveloped me, urging me to depart, though irrevocably altered by my communion with the watching eyes. The observatory had imparted its enigma. We are not solitary voyeurs in the cosmos. The cosmos, in its infinite vastness, has always beheld us in return through eyes both celestial and chiseled. Casting a final glance over my shoulder as the first light of dawn kissed the horizon, The observatory stood sentinel-like, its dome fixed upon an unseen celestial rendezvous among the waning stars. Occasionally I revisit that sacred space, though never lingering as I did on that inaugural night. The eyes engraved in the walls endure, eternal sentinels in their cosmic vigil, a poignant reminder that in the grand spectacle of observation, we are both audience and actors. The most profound verity I gleaned was that true understanding transcends language or rationale. It resides in the silence between starlight and shadow, in the gentle throb of ancient stone, and in the patient gaze of eyes that have beheld the cosmos since time immemorial. The mystery of the observatory was not meant to be unraveled, but experienced a living testament that certain enigmas are best veiled in the velvety shroud of uncertainty. Story 29. In the forgotten corners of my home, where time seemed to stand still, I stumbled upon a locked drawer nestled within an ancient desk. With a delicate touch and a hint of determination, I coaxed the stubborn lock open, revealing a secret that had long been concealed. Inside, nestled among forgotten relics, lay a carefully folded note, its edges tinged with age and its words written in a script of a bygone era. The paper exuded a faint scent of cedar and ink, as if holding within it the essence of the past. As I unfurled the fragile parchment, a hushed whisper filled the room, mingling with the soft glow of twilight filtering through lace curtains. Shadows danced gracefully across the weathered surface of the desk, painting a mesmerizing tableau of light and dark. An air of anticipation enveloped me, yet it bore a comforting weight, akin to the tranquil calm before a summer rain. The note bore witness to a tale shrouded in mystery, beginning with a date etched in time and addressed to a dear friend. Each word beckoned me deeper into a narrative woven with threads of intrigue and enigma. The writer chronicled a series of uncanny occurrences within the very walls that surrounded me, phantom footfalls echoing in empty corridors, objects shifting in silent solace, and the inexplicable appearance of fresh blooms in a vase under the full moon's watchful gaze. Immersed in the storyteller's words, I sank into the cushioned embrace of my chair, captivated by the secrets unfurling before me. The narrative unfurled, revealing whispers of a hidden chamber concealed within the labyrinthine depths of the house, safeguarding not treasures of gold or silver, but a treasured trove of memories suspended in time's gentle embrace. The steady cadence of my grandfather clock provided a rhythmic backdrop as I delved further into the writer's revelations, the pendulum's sway lulling me into a state of reverie. The author spoke of a long-lost journal unearthed from the walls, chronicling the lives and dreams of generations past, a chronicle of shared reveries and timeless dialogues that transcended the confines of reality. As dusk descended upon the world outside, I kindled the flame of an antique brass lamp, casting a warm luminescence upon the pages that unfolded a cryptic tale. Mentions of enigmatic symbols adorning doorframes throughout the house piqued my curiosity, transforming mundane markings into a celestial map leading to the concealed sanctum. Tracing the intricate symbols with my fingertips, I traced the writer's quest to decipher their hidden meanings, guided by the dance of celestial bodies and the ebb and flow of lunar phases. The nocturnal serenade of wind through swaying branches wove a tapestry of whispers, harmonizing with the writer's conviction that the house itself harbored a sentient soul, a custodian of untold narratives. Approaching the notes denouement, the writer unveiled a revelation of dreams that blurred the lines between past and present, dreams inhabited by a spectral figure cloaked in azure silk. Her enigmatic presence imbued the writer's slumbers with visions of a bygone era, her silent communion hinting at truths veiled in the mists of time. The final passage bore a riddle veiled in moonlight and midnight chimes, a cryptic directive echoing through the chambers of my mind. Holding my breath, attuned to the symphony of whispers that pervaded the room, I absorbed the enigma left by the anonymous author, a conundrum that begged to be unraveled. As I gingerly folded the note, a subtle detail caught my eye, a faint sketch adorning the corner of the parchment, a geometric pattern that tugged at the fringes of recognition. Casting a gaze around the dimming room, illuminated solely by the lamp's golden halo, I sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a stirring of dormant memories and untold sagas waiting to be unfurled. Returning the note to its resting place within the drawer, I left it unlocked, a tacit agreement between myself and the enigmatic past that beckoned me forth. The house, once a silent sentinel, now pulsated with the thrum of forgotten whispers and unspoken histories, each creak and shadow a testament to the stories engraved within its time-worn walls. As twilight deepened into night, I pondered the veiled promise of the note, wondering if I too would be ensnared in the siren's song of dreams and revelations. The grandfather clock's metronome continued its eternal vigil, while in the distance a solitary bell tolled the hour, its reverberations a prelude to the mysteries that lay in wait. Lost in contemplation, I fancied I heard the ethereal rustle of fabric, a spectral echo of a blue dress fluttering through the corridors of memory. And in that moment, as the night embraced me in its silken embrace, I surrendered to the allure of the unknown, ready to embark on a nocturnal odyssey of secrets and shadows. Story 30, in a mansion abandoned for decades, I found myself enveloped in a silence that seemed almost alive. The grand foyer, adorned with dust-covered portraits and tattered drapes, exuded a stillness that pulsed with echoes of bygone days. Every creak of the decaying floorboards and every whisper of the wind through shattered windows whispered tales long forgot, beckoning me to listen. The late afternoon sun filtered through worn curtains, casting elongated shadows that danced across faded wallpaper. My footsteps, soft and muffled, echoed as I ventured further into the house, accompanied by the gentle descent of dust motes swirling in the air. The musty fragrance of aged wood and forsaken memories filled my senses with each inhale, while distant sounds of branches caressing windows created a subtle rhythm in the tranquility. My curiosity led me to a sweeping staircase, its once grand banister now dulled by the passage of time. As I ascended, my hand trailing along the smooth wood, a peculiar discovery unfolded. The dust beneath my fingers vanished, leaving behind gleaming sections as if recently polished. The wood felt oddly warm to the touch, contrasting the chill surrounding the mansion. The second floor opened into a lengthy hallway flanked by closed doors. Here the silence took on a different quality, dense and tinged with anticipation, akin to the pause between heartbeats. I noticed a subtle shift in temperature as I passed each door. Some areas exuded a gentle warmth, while others held pockets of cool air, prompting me to draw my jacket closer. One door stood ajar, offering a glimpse into an old study bathed in the amber hues of sunset. Books lined the walls from floor to ceiling, their faded spines hinting at the wisdom they once held. A robust wooden desk commanded the room's center, its surface cloaked in a thin layer of dust save for one clear spot, a perfect circle, as if an object had been recently moved. As I approached the desk, the floorboards sighed beneath my weight. The chair behind it sat askew, creating the illusion that someone had just departed moments prior. Within the dust-free circle on the desk's surface, a faint impression of writing caught my eye, visible only when the light struck it just right. Lining in, I discerned the words, "We never truly leave." As the sun descended, casting elongated shadows across the study, subtle shifts in the room's atmosphere began to manifest. The air stirred in soft currents, though no windows lay open. Books emitted occasional settling sounds, their pages rustling as though turned by invisible hands. Seated in the chair at the desk, I ran my fingertips along the smooth wood grain of the tabletop. The room's temperature had settled into a comforting warmth, unlike the cool dampness pervading the rest of the estate. Patterns emerged in the ambient sounds, the creaking of wood, the distant whisper of wind, the subtle movements of objects as if weaving a language just beyond my grasp. Time seemed to ebb and flow within that space. Minutes or hours slipped by unnoticed as I absorbed the room's essence. The encroaching darkness beyond the windows bore no threat. Rather, it enveloped the study like a familiar embrace, fostering an intimate ambience. Dust motes pirouetting in the fading light formed shifting patterns resembling writing or faces, eluding focus as they danced. With the night's embrace, an extraordinary sight unfolded. The dust-free circle on the desk began to emit a faint luminescence, barely discernible yet undeniably present. The glow pulsed slowly, resembling a breath, while each throb caused the room's temperature to fluctuate imperceptibly. The words, "We never truly leave," shimmered in the dark. Compelled by an unseen force, I extended my hand to rest within that glowing circle, and a profound tranquility washed over me. The mansion's silence evolved into a melodic symphony of faint sounds that had always lingered, awaiting a keen listener. Each creak and whisper narrated tales of those who had sat in that very spot before me. When I rose to depart, I noticed my watch had ceased its ticking at some point during my vigil. The darkness of the house now bore a different essence, akin to a presence rather than a mere absence of light. As I retraced my steps through the hallway and descended the stairs, it dawned on me that the mansion's silence had never been devoid of substance. It teemed with dormant stories, eager for a soul attentive enough to listen. Often I ponder the notion of returning to that mansion, to once more recline in that study as dusk descends. In the quietude of my own abode, I occasionally catch echoes of that musical silence, a reminder that spaces house more than just memories. They cradle fragments of all who have traversed them, lingering in the dust and shadows, yearning for acknowledgement of their enduring warmth. Story 31. On a misty coastal night, I ventured to an abandoned pier reaching out into the deep, restless waters. Etched into a worn beam were intricate symbols softly glowing under the moon's pale gaze. The tang of the sea breeze carried a hint of enigma, and as my fingertips traced the marks, I sensed a connection to a long-buried secret beneath the waves. The rhythmic lull of waves caressing weathered pillars wove a hypnotic spell, beckoning me into a tranquil introspection. Standing there, I discerned whispers in the ancient wood beneath me, echoes of bygone footsteps resonating through time. The air hung heavy with the briny scent of salt and damp wood, mingled with an essence reminiscent of ancient tomes and forgotten chambers. Night after night, I found myself drawn back to that pier by an inexplicable force. Each visit unveiled fresh intricacies in the mysterious symbols, curves seeming to dance in the moon's glow, lines shaping into different forms with the ebb and flow of the tide. The gentle creak of the planks became a familiar companion, a dialogue between the sea and the structure daring to breach its realm. During my fifth visit, a peculiar phenomenon caught my attention. The air surrounding the marked beam exuded a warmth distinct from the cool maritime breeze. Placing my palm against it, I felt a gentle pulsing heat synchronizing with my own heartbeat, a subtle yet unmistakable sensation, akin to cradling a perpetually warm cup of tea. The fog often thickened as I studied the symbols, enfolding me in a soft embrace. Within its veil, sounds dulled and distant, creating a space where time flowed in a different cadence. At times, a faint humming seemed to rise from beneath the pier, blending with the ocean's rhythm. One serene night beside the marked beam, I observed the water below grow eerily calm. Its surface mirrored the moon with pristine clarity, yet beneath that glassy veneer, shadows stirred with purposeful elegance. Neither fish nor typical marine creatures, these shapes remained enigmatic and elusive. The symbols began to infiltrate my dreams, morphing into maps of uncharted realms or pulsing beneath my touch like living script. Compelled to capture these visions, I began a journal, documenting the symbols as they manifested each night, noting their subtle metamorphosis with the lunar phases. With time, I noticed that other pier visitors remained oblivious to the markings. Their gazes skimmed over the beam as if it were mere weathered timber. Even when I tried to draw their attention, their interest waned, sliding away like water off glass. The turning point arrived during the new moon. In the absence of lunar light, the symbols emitted a soft phosphorescence, casting a tranquil blue-green glow reminiscent of underwater currents. The rhythmic warmth within the wood intensified, and the humming beneath the pier grew clearer, carrying melodic tones akin to ancient speech. Curious tokens began appearing near the marked beams, smooth stones adorned with spirals, shimmering shell fragments glowing from within, silvery seaweed strands weaving delicate patterns. Each item bore a cryptic significance, their messages veiled in mystery. Now, as I pen these words, I realize I've become entwined in the enigma that resides here. The symbols have transcended the pier, manifesting in the condensation on my bathroom mirror, the rain patterns on my windows, the swirls in my morning coffee. No longer mere symbols to decipher, they feel like a dialogue slowly unraveling before me. The pier has evolved into more than a structure jutting into the sea. It's a threshold, a boundary between the familiar and the enigmatic. The gentle allure of the symbols unfolds ceaselessly, divulging fragments of a tale never fully revealed, yet just enough to entice my return, night after night, to that realm where the ordinary meets the profound, the ancient, and the infinitely patient beyond human grasp. I've come to understand that some mysteries beckon to be felt rather than solved. The symbols on the pier have taught me to find solace in ambiguity, to embrace the gentle tug of the unknown. Gazing out now, as the fog envelops me and the familiar warmth thrums beneath my touch, I comprehend that my role is not to decipher this enigma, but to become a part of its ongoing narrative, weaving my own thread into the ancient tapestry spun in this liminal space between land and sea. Story 32. In the cozy, welcoming atmosphere of my beloved coffee haunt on a rainy morning, I stumbled upon a neatly folded note resting on my table. The paper, pristine and adorned with elegant, unfamiliar script, carried a subtle blend of lavender and coffee aromas. Reading its enigmatic message sent a shiver down my spine, not a mere accident, but a deliberate clue to a hidden mystery within the ordinary. The note's words were simple yet confounding. Seek out the woman in the pearl gray coat. She appears every Tuesday precisely at 9:17 a.m. She never orders, never converses, yet always leaves something behind. Intrigued, I found myself drawn back to the cafe every Tuesday, captivated by an inexplicable curiosity. The soft patter of rain against the windows became my constant companion, a soothing backdrop to my silent vigil. The familiar fragrance of freshly ground coffee beans mingled with the comforting warmth of baked goods, enveloping me in a tranquil embrace as I waited. On the first Tuesday, I arrived early, selecting a secluded corner table that offered a clear view of both entrances. The The morning regulars came and went, their murmured conversations and clinking cups blending into a serene symphony. My focus shifted between the steady tick-tock of the antique clock on the wall and each new arrival. At precisely 9:17, she materialized, the pearl gray coat draped elegantly over her form, seeming to absorb and emit the soft light in equal measure. Her presence was both tangible and ethereal, akin to morning mist caught in sunlight. With deliberate grace, she settled at her usual window table, her face obscured by a wide-brimmed hat, her hands graceful, weathered, adorned with a solitary silver ring were visible. Week after week, I observed her ritual unfold with meticulous precision. Seated for exactly 7 minutes, she maintained perfect posture, hands folded in her lap. As foretold by the note, she never made a purchase, never acknowledged anyone. But I began to notice the trinkets she left behind: an antique button, a pressed bloom, an old compass with a cracked face but a needle that quivered with strange vitality. The calf staff appeared oblivious to these items. When I inquired about the woman, their gazes glazed over, swiftly changing the subject as if she resided in a blind spot of their perception. Each object she left behind seemed to hum with a subtle energy, whispering fragments of a tale I struggled to piece together. One rainy Tuesday, I arrived to find her seated at my usual spot. Her gaze turned towards me, and though her features remained indistinct, I sensed her acknowledgement of my presence. On the table lay an ancient leather-bound journal, its yellowed pages exuding age. With a subtle nod, she gestured to the chair across from her. As I settled in, the calf noises faded into a distant hum. The air between us crackled with potential, akin to the pregnant pause before a storm. Her voice, reminiscent of autumn leaves rustling in a gentle breeze, broke the silence. "You've been observing," she stated, not inquiring. "Few recognize the patterns anymore. Fewer still take the time to watch, to ponder, to question the gaps between ticks." Flipping open the journal, she revealed pages filled with the same elegant script from the initial note. "Time is more than they perceive," she continued, tracing the text with slender fingers. "It folds and unfolds like origami, harboring pockets where secrets gather. Some of us traverse these folds, gathering what's ensnared in the creases." The journal housed depictions of the objects she had been living, each accompanied by coordinates, dates, and cryptic notes that seemed to shift and morph when viewed from various angles. "Why me?" I ventured, my voice a mere whisper. She smiled, her face still a mystery. "You possess the patience for patterns, the capacity to endure uncertainty without demanding solutions. Most importantly, you grasp that certain enigmas are meant to be experienced rather than unraveled." Standing up, she left the journal on the table. "It's your turn now," she murmured. "Watch for those who seek out the patterns. Lead them back to wonder with breadcrumbs of curiosity." When I glanced up from the journal, she had vanished. The calf sounds flooded back like a gentle tide. The rain continued its rhythmic dance against the panes, and the aroma of coffee lingered in the air. The journal remained, tangible and substantial beneath my fingertips, its pages now blank where the writing once resided. I uphold my Tuesday tradition, arriving at 9:17 a.m. without fail. Occasionally I spy others like me, quietly observing. Sometimes I leave behind small tokens of vintage key, a pressed leaf, a sea glass smoothed by time. Witnessing their discovery, I observe the spark of curiosity igniting in their eyes. The woman in the pearl gray coat never reappeared, yet her essence lingers in the quiet interludes between heartbeats, in the rain's gentle tap against the windows, in the wisps of steam rising from coffee mugs. I've come to realize that certain mysteries require no unraveling, they demand witnessing, reverence, and passing on. akin to whispered secrets in the fleeting moments between heartbeats. Story 33. On a leisurely stroll through a historic neighborhood, I chanced upon an ancient iron gate adorned with intricate carvings. Time had worn away much of the details, yet the faint patterns and symbols hinted at a narrative of love and longing. The gate exuded a rusty fragrance that mingled with the crisp breeze, inviting me to run my fingertips along its weathered surface. In the worn metal, I felt a story waiting to be unveiled, a story etched in every twist and turn. The evening breeze carried the hushed murmur of autumn leaves, while soft golden light filtered through the canopy above. Standing by the gate, I observed how the dwindling sunlight accentuated the deeper carvings, casting shifting shadows that seemed to dance in rhythm. The metal felt cool to the touch, its texture marked by years of exposure to the elements. There was an allure in the patterns that drew me nearer. They were not mere decorations, but intricate scripts intertwined with motifs of vines and blossoms. Tracing the elegant curves with my finger, a gentle warmth spread from the metal to my hand, a sensation akin to touching sun-warmed stone. Beyond the gate, a pathway vanished into the twilight shadows, framed by majestic trees forming a natural arch overhead. The air carried a blend of earthy scents, of fallen leaves intermingled with hints of aged roses or lavender, though no blooms were in sight. Each time I tried to step away, a new detail captured my attention, a spiral leading to another, creating a mesmerizing flow that always circled back to a heart-shaped motif nearly faded by time. Within its worn contours, faint initials and a possible date hinted at a bygone romance. As darkness descended, the atmosphere shifted, and the engravings seemed to transform before my eyes. What once appeared as vines now resembled script in an unfamiliar language. Lost in the hypnotic patterns, a soft tap of my umbrella against the gate, a forgotten prop, broke the trance. The sound reverberated with an otherworldly timbre, resonating like a submerged bell. In that moment, a response seemed to echo from the depths of the garden beyond, a whisper carried by the wind, or perhaps something more elusive. I discerned that the engravings narrated fragments of a love story, two figures locked in embrace, a flourishing garden, a wintry landscape with barren trees stretching towards an unseen sky. These scenes flowed seamlessly, linked by sweeping lines evoking time, memory, and yearning. Here time seemed fluid, the streetlights illuminating the metal with a warm glow, unveiling hidden motifs, a bird in flight, a fallen leaf, each contributing to the larger tale unfolding before me. The narrative chronicled the bond of two lovers who once tended the garden beyond, their names faded but their legacy preserved in iron and rust. Together they had nurtured something beautiful, enduring seasons of change and evolving into an eternal connection. Amidst the passage of time, the gate stood not just as a threshold but a testament, a declaration of love cast in metal to withstand the ages. The weathered heart at its core symbolized not decay but resilience, a reminder that love endures beyond the visible. Though the specifics faded, the essence lingered, touching all who paused to ponder, to marvel, to feel. A distant chime of a church bell merged with the evening breeze's whisper, a final serenade as I bade farewell to the gate, knowing I would return, aware that each visit would unveil a new facet. Before departing, my hand brushed the heart motif once more, and in that fleeting contact I sensed a faint warmth pulsating through the metal, a heartbeat immortalized in iron, echoing through the years. The tale of the gate lingered as I journeyed homeward through the encroaching twilight. I grasped that some stories are not meant to be fully deciphered but felt, resonating in the realm between certainty and wonder, between sight and faith. The faded engravings had divulged what they chose to reveal, guarding their enigmatic depths within their iron embrace. Story 34. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in dusky hues, my footsteps led me through the labyrinthine streets of the city. It was on one such evening stroll that a peculiar sight caught my attention, a mysterious rhyme etched onto a weathered brick wall. The words, though faded, carried a rhythm that seemed to echo with a haunting melody, as if the city itself was whispering a long-held secret to those willing to listen. The air was cool, tinged with the scent of rain-kissed concrete, creating an atmosphere of quiet introspection. I couldn't resist the pull of the rhyme and approached the wall, running my fingers gently over the aged bricks. The verses seemed to pulse beneath my touch, their ink existing in a state between presence and memory, neither fresh nor completely faded. A gentle breeze swept through the narrow street, carrying the soft rustle of fallen leaves and distant echoes of life. It was then that I noticed the intriguing detail. Each line of the rhyme appeared to be written in subtly different handwriting, as if penned by multiple hands over time. The elegant curves of cursive intertwined with the precision of rigid strokes, weaving a tapestry of words that harmonized in an unsettling yet captivating way. As the street lamps flickered to life, casting warm glows and dancing shadows, I reached for my phone to illuminate the text. But to my surprise, under the artificial light, the words seemed to shift and rearrange themselves, playing tricks on my eyes in the growing darkness. Despite the shifting words, I found myself drawn to memorize the verses, as if they were meant to be imprinted in my mind. The rhyme spoke of shadows walking beside us, memories lingering between moments, and a music only the walls could hear. Night after night, I found myself returning to that wall in dreams and waking moments, the verses surfacing in my thoughts like an old, familiar tune. Others passed by, their fingers tracing the bricks just as mine had done, their expressions distant yet entranced, as if catching whispers of a melody beyond reach. Weeks turned into months, and I discovered similar rhymes appearing on various walls across the city, each connected like threads in an endless tapestry. I documented each new discovery, capturing blurred images that resisted being fully captured, as if they belonged to a realm beyond mere photographs. The more I delved into this enigma, the more my perception shifted. Street sounds took on rhythmic patterns, traffic hums transformed into distant harmonies, and even the rain seemed to tap out messages in an ancient, incomprehensible code. On quiet nights, I stood before the original wall where the rhyme first captured my attention. The words remained in that liminal space between reality and imagination, unchanged by time or weather. Others joined me, drawn by the inexplicable allure of the verses, sharing in the silent contemplation of the urban poetry. The rhyme hinted at a time when cities breathed with life, when walls held memories, and streets sang with the echoes of countless footsteps. It whispered of a hidden world parallel to our own, visible only to those who paused to listen and observe. Seasons came and went, and I marveled at how the words adapted to their surroundings, shimmering in the summer heat, flowing like water in autumn rains, and crystallizing in winter frost. Yet the essence of the rhyme remained constant, a timeless presence in the ever-changing cityscape. To this day I visit the wall, now adorned with new additions and evolving verses. The handwriting styles multiply, expanding the family of authors who contribute to this living document of collective consciousness. Each reader is touched differently by the rhyme. Some depart with serene smiles, others with pensive reflections that linger for days. The mystery endures, shrouded in the shadows that dance across the urban landscape. And perhaps, in a world where technology unravels so many secrets, there is solace in the knowledge that some mysteries persist in the whispers of brick and mortar, in the persistence of words that defy complete understanding. As night descends and the city settles into its nocturnal rhythm, I ponder the unseen authors whose hands have left their mark on the wall. Do they still wander the streets, adding to the endless poem? Are they like me, attuned to the hidden melodies that echo through the city's veins? In this shared tale that writes itself in the margins of urban existence, we are all connected by the invisible threads of curiosity and wonder, part of a story that continues to unfold with each passing night. Story 35. Amidst the dusty treasures of a local thrift store, my fingers brushed against the forgotten relics of an artist's past. Amongst the disarray of discarded art supplies, a weathered sketchbook awaited discovery. Its cover bore the scars of time, hinting at the stories hidden within its pages. Curiosity sparked within me as I opened the book, revealing intricate blueprints of a structure shrouded in mystery. The delicate sheets, yellowed with age, whispered tales of long-forgotten dreams. Each line, meticulously drawn with the scent of graphite and nostalgia, beckoned me to unravel its secrets. Night after night, I found myself drawn into the enigmatic world depicted within those pages, bathed in the soft glow of my dimly lit study. As rain tapped gently against my window, a symphony of tranquility enveloped me, setting the stage for exploration. With each stroke of my fingers tracing the intricate designs, I delved deeper into a realm where art and purpose intertwined in a dance of hidden meanings. The blueprints defied conventional wisdom, teasing my mind with their impossible geometry. Curved corridors folded upon themselves, staircases led to rooms beyond reason, and windows captured light from unseen angles. Yet, amidst this architectural enigma, a sense of order prevailed, meticulously documented in a script akin to poetry. In the margins, faded ink whispered of threshold spaces and liminal architecture, inviting me to ponder realms beyond the tangible. Lost in contemplation, I sketched my interpretations, seeking to understand the essence that transcended mere lines and angles. With each pencil stroke, a meditative rhythm emerged, blurring the boundaries between reality and the ethereal designs. In the quiet hours before dawn, I felt a presence guiding my hand, a spectral artist whispering secrets of a world between waking and dreaming. The more I immersed myself in the blueprints, the more my perception of space shifted. Shadows deepened, corners curved, and the language of architecture spoke through the whispers of my home. A nocturnal symphony of creaks and settling sounds became a silent dialogue with the drawings. One fateful night, moonlight unveiled hidden numbers within the pages, a cryptic melody waiting to be deciphered. Hours melted into minutes as I unraveled the numerical tapestry, each digit a note in a symphony of mystery. Weeks turned into dreams, dreams into realities as the structure of the blueprints beckoned me into its labyrinthine embrace. Walking through its shifting corridors, I felt a harmony that transcended the physical, a union of space and spirit that resonated with the soul. In the heart of the structure lay a chamber adorned with symbols of cosmic significance, a sanctuary of celestial proportions. Sketch after sketch, I sought to capture its elusive essence, a testament to the ever-changing nature of the unseen. And now, as I sit in the glow of lamplight, penning this account of whispers and shadows, I feel the weight of the sketchbook on my desk. The rain continues its gentle serenade, a backdrop to the mysteries that linger in the corners of my room. In these moments of quiet contemplation, I embrace the unknown, finding solace in the enigma that dances between reality and dreams. The architect's identity may remain a secret, but their legacy lives on in the silent spaces we glimpse in moments of perfect stillness. As thunder rumbles in the distance, I embrace the unanswered questions, knowing that some mysteries are meant to remain untouched like a fading dream that leaves a sense of peace in its wake. Story 36. Among the relics in my attic, a faded photograph caught my eye, nestled within an old album. The scene depicted from years gone by seemed to hold a shifting quality as I peered at it. A delicate aroma of aged roses and parchment wafted around me, stirring a sense of intrigue. Could the figures frozen in time within the picture be whispering a forgotten tale to me? The late afternoon sun filtered through the dusty window, casting a golden hue upon the wooden floorboards, creating a warm and peaceful ambience. Nestling into an ancient rocking chair, the soft creaking beneath me lulled me into a tranquil state. Tracing the worn edges of the photograph with my fingertips, I could feel each subtle imperfection etched into its surface. The image captured a bygone garden party, a scene of elegance and grace. Women adorned in flowing gowns and men in their finest attire stood in frozen revelry, their gentle smiles seeming to guard hidden secrets. In the background loomed a stately Victorian house, its windows reflecting the fading sunlight of that distant evening. Yet one figure in the picture drew my gaze more than the others. A woman in a pearl-white dress stood slightly apart, her enigmatic expression directed towards the camera, evoking a sense of mystery. Examining her closely, a peculiar sensation washed over me, a slight chill in the attic air, mingled with the intensifying scent of roses. Closing my eyes briefly, I allowed the attic's quiet embrace to wash over me. Upon opening them again, a peculiar change had occurred. The light within the photograph had shifted. The captured sunset now pulsed with a soft, radiant glow that seemed to breathe life into the image. The woman in the pearl-white dress appeared to have moved subtly, her hand now reaching towards an unseen something beyond the photograph's frame. Enthralled, I found myself drawn deeper into the picture, the familiar creak of the rocking chair blending with a distant melody, reminiscent of old gramophones. The scent of roses mingled with notes of Earl Grey tea and freshly baked pastries, creating an ethereal atmosphere. As my gaze lingered on the photograph, the boundaries of time blurred and the figures gained depth and vitality, as if painted with watercolors coming to life. The woman in the pearl-white dress grew more defined, a pendant around her neck catching the light in mesmerizing patterns. The attic's temperature continued its gentle descent, prompting me to pull my sweater snugly around me. Shadows lengthened, yet the photograph retained its subtle luminosity, revealing intricate details: a swirling teacup, a fluttering butterfly suspended in time. Lost in this timeless reverie, I felt a connection with the woman in the picture, her eyes seeming to convey an unspoken message across the years. The pendant she wore mirrored one I had discovered in my grandmother's jewelry box long ago, a revelation that whispered of hidden ties. As evening descended, the attic dimmed, yet the photograph's glow persisted. The woman's outstretched hand now pointed towards a small door in the background of the house, prompting curiosity about the mysteries it guarded. Echoes of a distant waltz grew clearer, the party guests appearing to sway in an eternal dance, while the woman in the pearl-white dress remained still, her enigmatic smile concealing untold secrets. A resemblance to my grandmother in her youth struck me, flooding my mind with cherished memories of her tales of bygone garden parties and magical summer nights. Nightfall outside the attic window heralded the photograph's return to stillness. the glow fading as the music faded into silence, leaving only the lingering fragrance of roses mingled with the attic's familiar mustiness. Carefully placing the photograph back in its album, I descended the attic stairs, feeling the weight of my grandmother's pendant against my chest, a talisman of intertwined destinies. Amidst the quiet of the evening, the distant strain of the waltz seemed to linger, a reminder of the enigmatic tales woven through time. Some mysteries, I realized, were best left untouched, floating as gentle whispers between the realms of what was and what could have been. The woman in the pearl-white dress had shared her secret with me, a silent bond that transcended generations, a reminder of the timeless allure of mysteries waiting to be unveiled. And so, the photograph returned to its slumber, a portal to a world that awakens only when the heart is ready to unravel its mysteries before fading back into the soft embrace of memory's twilight. Story 37. As I strolled alone near the edge of a thick forest, a faint and almost imperceptible howl startled me, sending a ripple through the lofty treetops. The air carried the crisp aroma of pine and damp earth, enveloping me in its embrace. Peering into the shadowy depths of the woods, that eerie sound beckoned me to delve into the enigmas lurking just beyond the reach of light. The afternoon sun filtered through the leafy canopy above, painting dappled patterns of light and shadow on the forest floor. Each step I took into the woodland released a satisfying crunch of leaves and twigs underfoot. The atmosphere grew dense, saturated with the scent of moss and decay, yet strangely invigorating in its earthy essence. An inexplicable force drew me onward, my curiosity overriding any lingering sense of apprehension. Venturing deeper, the familiar sounds of the outside world gradually faded into a hushed stillness. The gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze intensified, creating a murmuring symphony that enveloped me. Occasionally, fleeting movements caught my eye in the periphery, but upon turning to look, only swaying branches and shifting shadows met my gaze. The howl echoed once more, barely audible, its timbre almost melodic, woven into the wind. The forest seemed to hush as if holding its breath. The birds ceased their melodies, and even the insects fell silent. In the quiet, a subtle vibration hummed in the air, a pulsating energy that prickled the hair on my arms. Entering a clearing where trees circled a small pond, the water's surface mirrored the cloudy sky, undisturbed by a single ripple. Drawing closer, I noticed a peculiarity in my reflection. It lagged behind my movements, struggling to keep pace with reality. The air grew chillier, prompting me to tighten my jacket around me. A mist began to rise from the ground, weaving delicate tendrils that coiled around my ankles like cool silk brushing against my skin. The mist exuded a soft, almost luminous glow, pulsing in synchrony with the forest's breath. Standing at the pond's edge, I discerned shapes moving within the ethereal mist, indiscernible forms that vanished upon direct scrutiny. They resembled deer, yet more ephemeral, their motions too fluid to be entirely natural. The howl returned, nearer this time, retaining its spectral softness, seeming to emanate from all directions at once, as though the forest itself beckoned. Swaying slightly in a gentle trance, I felt the boundary between the tangible world and the unknown blur with each passing moment. The trees leaned inward, their branches extending toward the clearing like curious spectators. Within their twisted silhouettes, ancient and wise faces seemed to emerge, observing my every move with patient interest. Time slipped away imperceptibly, the light unchanged, yet I sensed hours must have elapsed. The mist thickened, enfolding the clearing in a swirl of white, isolating it like an island. The howl resounded once more, not a howl but a melody, an ancient tune resonating with the earth's buried secrets, with mysteries predating human footsteps in these woods. Suspended between reality and reverie, I felt a presence behind me. The air shifted, carrying the fragrance of wild flowers and morning frost. Every instinct urged me to turn, to confront whatever awaited, yet my body remained still, held in place by fear or perhaps by the knowledge that some enigmas are best left untouched. The presence drew nearer, bringing a profound sense of tranquility. The forest exhaled around me, its ancient voices whispering in forgotten tongues. In that moment, I understood I had chanced upon something rare and precious, a realm where the veil between the known and the mysterious had thinned. I never turned around. Instead, I closed my eyes and surrendered to the forest's song. When I reopened them, the mist had dissipated, the clearing appearing ordinary once more. But as I retraced my steps through the woods, I carried with me the certainty of having encountered something extraordinary, something that would forever alter my perception of the world. Even now, on tranquil nights when the wind rustles through the trees, I sometimes catch that distant, silent howl. It calls to me like a half-remembered dream, a reminder that there exist realms where mystery and wonder hold sway, patiently awaiting those willing to heed their ethereal song. Story 38. In the hush of an unusually cool night, I ventured into a deserted train yard nestled on the outskirts of town. Here, amid the rusted tracks and the silent, decaying engines, a solitary light danced in sporadic flickers from an ancient signal tower. The scent of metal rust mingled with the musty essence of damp concrete, and that stuttering glow pulsed like a beating heart in the obsidian shroud of night, whispering of untold tales from journeys halted in time's embrace. Soft gravel crunched beneath my feet as I tread through the yard, each footfall serenaded by the gentle caress of wind weaving through hollow train carriages. A peculiar tranquility enveloped the air, a stillness that only settles in realms forsaken by the relentless march of time. Moths pirouetted around the feeble lampposts, their delicate wings casting ephemeral shadows that pirouetted across weathered metal surfaces. Drawn inexorably towards that lone blinking beacon in the tower, its rhythm neither predictable nor chaotic, but purposeful in its enigmatic cadence. The pattern teased at a memory, just beyond reach, a faint echo of a bygone era or a dream half forgotten. Approaching closer, I observed how the tower's windows remained shrouded in darkness, amplifying the significance of that solitary luminescence. The door of the tower stood ajar, emitting a mournful groan as a breeze seized it. Stepping inside, the atmosphere shifted, laden with an electric anticipation that prickled the hairs on my skin. Each creak of the wooden stairs exhaled the scent of aged timber and layers of dust accumulated over decades. Ascending to the zenith, I stumbled upon an antiquated control room adorned with obsolete machinery. Switches, levers, and dial gauges adorned the walls, their brass and copper surfaces dulled by the passage of time. Yet it was the enigma of the light source that captivated me, a signal lamp that should have long succumbed to darkness, yet persisted in its mesmerizing pulse. As I gazed transfixed, an extraordinary phenomenon unfolded. The light's rhythm began to synchronize with the gentle ebb and flow of my breath, as though acknowledging my presence. The ambience of the room subtly morphed, enveloping me in an inexplicable bond with this forgotten realm. Whispers of conversations long silenced traversed the cool air, echoing remnants of train whistles and the phantom stir of travelers from eras past. Nestling into an ancient operator's chair, I found myself entranced by the interplay of light and shadow dancing across the control panel. The rhythmic blinking seemed to narrate a tale of solitary nights, of signals dispatched into the void, of connections forged and forsaken. Tracing the worn edges of the control panel, I fancied I could sense the lingering warmth of hands that had toiled here ages ago. Time blurred as I lingered, ensconced in the gentle pulse of light and the nocturnal symphony of whispers. The distant hoot of an owl melded with the zephyr's murmur through shattered windows, composing a lullaby of solitude. Noticing a shift in the light's pattern, a newfound complexity akin to a cryptic code, I experienced a revelation that sent a shiver cascading down my spine. I wasn't merely an observer, I was being observed. The glow of the signal lamp seemed to extend tendrils of warmth, painting tales on the walls in Morse code shadows. As the night deepened, I unearthed weathered logbooks adorned with faded script, chronicling the passage of trains through time, each entry more intriguing than the last. The final notation, etched decades prior, simply stated, "The light knows the way home." Beneath it, a sequence of dots and dashes had been meticulously inscribed, a message eluding decryption, yet resonating deeply within. Upon departing the tower hours later, the light continued its steadfast pulse in my wake. I harbored the certainty that I would return, lured back by the enigma of that solitary beacon amidst the shadows. Occasionally on tranquil nights, I find myself synchronizing my breath with the remembered rhythm of that light, pondering if somewhere in that forsaken yard, it persists in beaming its age-old missive into the nocturnal expanse. The tale of the flickering light lingers unresolved in my thoughts, akin to a fragment of a dream half recalled. Perhaps therein lies its essence. Certain mysteries are meant to be felt rather than unraveled, their potency not in unveiling answers, but in nurturing the questions that linger softly, akin to moth wings against a window pane.